So we're going to reset here. The problem isn't really... Well, I guess in New Game, the RNG in Chapter 1's worse. Did I? I felt like climbing down slower might be faster because you don't have to go through the transition animation for... God damn it. For starting and ending the sliding down, but it's not. Yeah. So what you're saying is not using the sprint is what you thought would be quicker, but it's actually faster to use sprint to drop lower.
Real joy to work with,
though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, did I read it all? Probably not. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's do this.
But I did. I gotta. You gotta give me like one sentence, man. You give me paragraphs, and my tiny brain shuts off when it sees a period. I don't know why. I'm sorry. That's just how it works. I'm probably not cut out to be a streamer, to be perfectly honest. Like, if there's 2 commas or one period in there, my brain just goes, and I don't care. And I'm like, could you please read the whole fucking sentence? Like, come on, it's just a second comma. It's not that bad. Okay. Shit. Talking about my inability to read aside. So we're in hard mode. Hard mode is always New Game Plus, so we have access to everything. There is a category where you wouldn't have a maxed out New Game Plus file called Plat %, but that is a 2-loop run that requires you to do multiple chapters multiple times. The thing is, that's a very long category. It's interesting because you don't max out your equipment before you go into hard. I'm going to be routing that later. It's a very interesting category to me. Because New Game Plus Hard kind of gets its back broken pretty hard by some material like Synergy, Magnify being very useful, Double Magic Up being maxed out, a couple of things like that. But since we have everything, we kind of do not care what the game wants, and really, we can warp the early balancing around very eclectic understanding of how the game works, and intimate, like, information knowledge that we have from Ultimania plus practicing. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time I've read something and interpreted it the opposite direction, so... We're going to actually just Catastrophe these guys right here. The cool thing here is Catastrophe will take out the turrets, but it'll also take out the mono drives if I stay high enough and close enough to the edge of the stairwell. So that'll set us up for a pretty quick first floor. That save load to skip some of the dialogue of Jesse running over to the console. If I hadn't bonked into Jesse like 6 times here, I would have had a really good laser pattern. But bonking off her gives you a really slow animation that screws you over pretty hard. That's actually fantastic. The sweeper stopping right here is fantastic. Because you want a Thundera Thunder to get a Synergy Thunder out of Barret immediately. But you very often do not get the sweeper to stop there. What your goal is to get as close to this door as possible. Save load there saves like 10, probably 12 seconds on PC. Because it removes the load times. It skips a very long chain of dialogue and just lets the door open immediately. But Thundera can kill if you get double crits. It can also kill if Cloud is at full MP as well. Both the Steel Pincers, or I lovingly call them the Can Openers, and the Mithril Saber have a 20% damage buff at max MP. So I'm actually got MP Absorb on Barret to offset that. I saw the laser focusing on Cloud, but never saw it hit. I'm kind of confused, though. This chapter is kind of a cluster of a lot of little stupid strats that result in a little bit of a scatterbraining. Also, you reset this chapter so heavily, it's really hard to give thick dialogue or commentary when you know you're most likely needing to reset. That third slash there will always miss if you're mashing too hard. It's not super common, or it's not super hard to not miss. Yes, I do speedrun Intergrade. That's actually the version I'm running right now. I do want to go back to the original vanilla version at some point, but not just yet. Nice box, by the way. Gotta love the crits on the opening salvo that breaks the barrier. What happened there? I didn't intend to switch characters. Why is Cloud grayed out, though? Okay, I am on Cloud, though, so I can not worry about this. Hopefully. Thundaga. That's interesting glitch. Don't think I've ever done this before. Not sure how that will affect things. Oh, Yuffie? Intermission. I have done Yuffie runs. I need to look at Dutch Potato's hard speedrun and see kind of what he does differently because he shaved like 3 minutes off the time. So I need to do some route comparison and learning to save time. My route was pretty unga bunga in the first place, so not quite sure what I have to do to improve. I will at some point. The problem with Yuffie is that little twirl animation that she gets from the OG game plays on the first 4 fights. So there's an animation, a way to cancel that animation. We're going to hold straight here so we kind of can bump around Barret without bumping into him. Get up the ladder quicker. But you can cancel those animations, and like there's a different setup for each one of the 4 fights at the start. To cancel it, it gets really obnoxious because you end up needing to reset, because about the first 2 are really important. They save around 10-15 seconds, and the other 2 save around 5 to 10 total. So you end up with like 10, about 20 seconds on deck for the first like 40 minutes of the run, or within the first like 4 minutes of the run. And we're talking about like a 40-minute run, so it's pretty big, honestly. But I have run it in the past, and I will run it again once I get a chance. I need to see what Dutch does differently that saves those 2 or 3 minutes. And I also need to reroute my last phase of Nero. Because my final phase in Nero, I always mess up. I actually don't really have a good route for. The first 3 phases I can burst through real quick, and I always get a limit, so the final phase, 4 or 5, whichever it is on Nero, is pretty free, but you've got to be kidding me with this. Overrun. Overrun, dude. This is going to be bad. This into this. First for this, delete. That, take into Fyra, into Blizzard. This chapter is going to be awful. I have that first triple slash whiff, like, woo! I don't even know, man. I'm going to get shot in the ass, aren't I? You kind of want to take that corner really hard as soon as you can get around it. It really increases the chances that you won't get shot in the ass. This first shock trooper up here, I'm going to attack to get the lock on him properly. And then Fyra. Okay. That should... Okay, I'm fucked. I don't know if what's going to happen here, to be honest. It looks like that shock trooper's coming after me, but I can't be sure. Blizzard, Thunder.
I'll end this.
Thunder. I'm barely getting out of this chapter alive. I really ought to reset, but since this is marathon practice, normally you want to get out of here much, much sooner. If that Fyra hadn't hit the floor, I could have saved more time. That's normally a strat that you take for the for a marathon route. That first shock trooper can really screw you by running around. You can kind of ignore him and just run up like I had to do in this case. Would have saved more time if I'd done it that way. But what you're looking for is to fire that trooper, kill him, get him out of the way. You come up to the top floor, and because Barret's in fleeing, he'll warp up to Cloud because of the way they programmed the game. The 2 shock troopers will either target Cloud or Barret, doesn't matter at this point. So they'll dogpile the both of you. And then you Blizzard those 2, and one of them transfers to the additional turret up top. So now you've only got 1 turret left, and you should be able to thunder that with Barret, given the proper scenario. You can do a couple of other things. If you leave First Strike on Barret, the turrets can be thundered from the bottom floor. So if you get You can set it up so that fire arrow will take care of both of the troopers as they rush at you and bear it if you're in the right position. There's a couple of different ways to deal with that. The escape is probably the worst part of the entire chapter. Sentinel Scorpion, for the most part, can be routed in such a way that crits aren't a problem. Matter of fact, mine is routed in such a way that crits can speed it up significantly. And as long as I play into them properly, I don't get punished too hard. That was an awful Chapter 1 by runs, by the catch of, like, a regular run. Like, an 8:28 would be good on console, but you save that, like, 15 seconds, 20 seconds on loads in Chapter 1, so that would have been okay if it had been on console. I did see a few lag spikes, but most of it was just bad misplays. It's more complicated than simply saying New Game Plus is easier. I'd say, like, New Game Plus Easy is really high levels of execution, but most things go down in one shot. New Game Plus Normal, New Game Plus Hard, New Game Easy, and then New Game Normal. After practicing a little bit of the early chapters in New Game Plus Easy, or New Game Easy, I find it's around the equivalent difficulty of New Game Plus Hard. It's a lot of, like, really heavy execution, but the enemies go down pretty quick. New Game Normal, on the other hand, I would not... it's definitely the hardest difficulty by far. New Game Plus is execution heavy and routing heavy. Especially, like, New Game Plus Hard, because you have everything. So it's all about how you decide to make your decisions. And all that stuff, right? How you decide to route. Oh boy, the silver-haired dude is here to steal my time again. So in Chapter 2, Sephiroth can fail to spawn properly. I could have set the frame rate down to 30, but there's a lot of sub-menus to go through. So it's better to just ignore it and let it go. On the console, it's a little bit easier, because all you have to do is switch from performance to graphics. There's no, like, windowed settings or any of that stuff. So all you do is pop into the graphics options, and then you pop into options, graphics, into graphics mode, and then switch it back to performance. If he decides to not spawn here, you can save around 22 seconds if you don't do any menuing for it. I'd say you save around 15 if you just YOLO into graphics. On the PC, it's too much of a pain in the butt, because all the extra menus you have to go through, I'd say you lose more time than you save. You can alternatively do what I'm doing, just ignore it, and take the loss. If he decides to no-show, he decides to no-show. Chapter 2 is going to be a lot of little bits of optimizations here and there. I need to sandbag a little bit on some of the enemies, because I can get some a lot of the enemies can survive attacks if I throw them out too soon. I'm actually over-tuned for this chapter, and I can end up killing things faster than the game wants to allow. So I need to make sure to kind of lag out a little bit to get the kills as soon as possible. Yeah, what happens is Sephiroth, like, won't spawn properly in that chapter for some reason. It'll stop Cloud from putting his hand up above his face and slowing down when he sees him in that first alleyway, or that third alleyway. Or, no, in the alleyway, because those are all the streets. So once you would normally see him in that alleyway, Cloud only responds if Sephiroth spawned in there. And then the alleyway right after the cutscene, he'll run at full speed as well, instead of walking. So it saves about 20 to 22 seconds. But there's no way to reliably control that it's actually going to happen. Okay. So we want to... Okay, I guess we're going to do it this way. Where's the dog? Okay, we're good. So right here, I got to sandbag a little bit, because these enemies by the car take forever to spawn in properly. That should be good. Unfortunately, I have to kill this guy normally, because he didn't decide to uniformly line up. Yeah, it happens sometimes on the PC or PS5 version of the game. So right here, we're actually, like, timing the limit to kill both of these as soon as possible. You can spam Blizzara or Firaga. There's a couple of different options you can take with that fight, but there's no particular reason. The cross slash kills him as soon as they're killable, so it's a little bit quicker to go with the cross slash, even if it is a bit cinematic. It's a nice little tech, as long as you're paying attention.
Close call.
Yeah, I don't know what it is that causes him to despawn. I think it's a priority on like what gets loaded, and Sephiroth is really low on the totem pole. So if you run it in graphics or 30 FPS, there's a chance of causing him to not spawn properly. Or spawn... I'm not sure if it's a matter of, like, him not spawning properly, or a matter of him spawning in a position where he's not supposed to be, so he can't get back in bounds. I think it's him not spawning properly, most likely, because of the way that things work. So we actually didn't get shot 1,000 times like last run. That's great. We're going to lock on the dogs here to try and get a long-range slash. Cloud can cover quite a distance pretty quickly if you lock onto an enemy that's very far away for a attack. We're going to actually run here. One of the things I didn't cover early on is if you make sure to... I got to kill this guy, unfortunately. Okay. We're going to pre-charge a Fyra here. Don't care about that guy. Fyra is all we need. That officer is nowhere near enough to kill us, so we can just flat out ignore him. But yeah, Sephiroth despawning is completely out of your control. You can only increase the odds by running your PC version at 30 frames. If you run it at a game, you run this at 120 frames a second, your load time should be around 2 to 3 seconds. And if you run the game at 30 frames, your load times are going to dive down into like 9 to 12 seconds. In some cases, 30 frames cause the game to lag, even if your PC could normally handle it. Yes, nice. So it's a choice you can make. There are several out of bounds on the PlayStation, and possibly on the PC as well, where you need lower frame rates to get out of bounds. Fortunately or unfortunately, I run any %, so I don't know how most of them work. I only know of a couple of them. There's one that's really easy in Chapter 15 that you can use a save load to bug out your movement speed, and that will can save a pretty good chunk of time. Saves around, I'd say, bargain basement around 60 seconds in New Game Plus Hard, just because it optimizes your movement and allows you to avoid climbing up a ton of ladders. Most of the enemy encounters are so quick that like it doesn't shave that much time off of it, because you end up saving a little bit because you end up waiting, you know, at ladders sometimes. But mainly it's just like the being able to run rather than climbing up ladders and stuff, which is much slower. And then I know of an additional one I know how to do. It's Chapter 8 to get out of bounds. But like you have to go towards the train station and then backtrack towards the church. And then you have to do a lot of chicanery on the PC or the PS5 version with like deloading stuff by continuing to stay in Flee. Flee normally only lasts for 3 to 6 seconds. But if you do a bunch of really interesting movement, you can maintain fleeing infinitely. But it's very hard to do, and especially since you have to do a bunch of backtracking. But that skip ends up saving like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It's huge because it skips like almost all of Chapter... It skips all of Chapter 8 and a huge chunk of 9. So we're just going to set up a save load here. Marlene's dialogue is pretty long, so save loading will skip it. You could save load the moment you get inside, but I like to set up right next to... What am I doing? I like to set up right next to Marlene so I can mash the interaction as soon as I talk to her ASAP. Yeah, you can get free Magnify, but you end up losing time that way. You can actually just get the Magnify in Chapter 13. Once you finish Chapter 12, Magnify will, I believe, falls in front of you somewhere after the plate falls. So you can get it early if you want the the additional levels in an any percent run,
As I could.
but you don't have to get it. You can grab it later
Good.
because you can't skip chapter 13.
You're not exactly.
And even if you could, I believe it would normally be on your way before you could do the normal skip in chapter 13. There's a lot of skips that are exclusive to the PS4 or the vanilla version. There's a lot of skips that are exclusive to the PS5 and PC version.
This is just another shin.
The skips in the PC and PS5 are far more obnoxious to do and require a lot more work than the PES4 version.
There was.
But the load times make it worth it. It probably would push the run sub 4 hours on like a New Game Plus Hard
We are.
with those massive time saves. Anyway, so we can save load right here once she starts talking about her hotel room. So I'm going to keep walking a little bit. I'm going to save load because this is just easier on the PC. You can set up your positioning in front of Tifa, in front of your door, so that she interacts with you instantaneously. On PC, it's just easier to do this save load right here,
Here's your room.
because the load times are removed. There's probably a lot of little save loads that lose you, like, real-life time, but save you a second or two in-game. I'm not going to go for most of those. To be honest, I find those to be obnoxious. I would rather not lose, like, real-life time for a second save in-game.
Hey.
I'm not that good at this game that I need it. So anyway, back to this. Chapter 3 is a lot of movement tech, a lot of little tiny things here and there, and some kind of, like, awareness of how the AI acts.
Well, now,
I'll probably talk about Ice, Magnify, and Stagger
if you ever need
going into Chapter 4, because that's really where it shows out the most. You may have noticed, like, I kept getting ATB back. That's because of ATB Stagger, but like I said, I'll go over that when I'm heading into Chapter 4, and a little bit after this. So there's a lot of, like, movement here, where we gotta, like, maintain a certain distance from Tifa, or we don't want to get too far ahead, or we want to get as far ahead as possible. So what we're aiming for here is we're actually not trying to get not too far ahead. You may have also noticed that Tifa has feathered knuckles instead of metal knuckles. It turns out she doesn't need the additional damage from metal knuckles, which has ridiculously high physical damage. But adding that extra little bit of magic is enough to make her very useful in some fights. So we want to get her as close to the item shop as possible and then run. If we get any further, I could get a little bit further ahead than where I was, but it'll cause her to slow down immediately if you get too close to the item store before she does. I mean, it doesn't really matter much, right, because we don't have access to items. This one right here, we can't do squat about. It's just a follow the leader moment. We can't get out in front of her. We can't get out. There's no way we can get here any quicker. The next one is the one that's really interesting. We can actually get out far enough in front of her that we can do the same type of thing we did with Barrett earlier and warp her over to the weapons store counter immediately.
Hey, Marl.
It's a matter of holding hard left towards the fence, which feels like it wouldn't work that way, but it does. That'll allow us to get far enough away from her so that we can start jogging, and then that'll allow us to get far enough away that we can start running, which will allow us to post up in front of the weapons store. As long as we wait until she finishes talking about getting the money from the weapons store, we can actually warp her inside right next to the counter. It can vary sometimes, though, depending on where she is in the walk cycle, because she, I think she has to be in a neutral stance to warp. So, like, right here, we're waiting for her to stop moving. Sometimes it's a little bit slower, sometimes it's a little bit faster, depending on when you get in here. You can save load a couple of these different ones, but there's really,
You're serious.
the time save on it is minimal or the same.
Didn't see anybody.
The only thing it offers is a somewhat of a consistency boost. The next big movement segment is coming up. Junk Boulevard is honestly awful. We're going to be needing Ice, any spell magnified, to be honest. Unfortunately, we have to go with Ice Magnified because it works so good in Chapters 1, 2, and 4. Because the problem here is Ice can interact with the floor, and that will shut off its hitbox. Fire has the same problem as well. Lightning too, but it has to be like something from that's above the target, so it has to be like an overhang. of an uninteractable. So, like, if an enemy's in this cave, Thunder will still work. But if they're, like, clipped into a crate, then that won't work. So we're gonna switch over here. Gotta get better at that movement. That's really bad. So that fight right there, I want to take it kind of slow. You can get much better movement if you unlock on, but I'm trying to just get used to doing it with a lock on because I have a nasty habit of not fixing that properly. Cloud, did you just whiff that?
Gonna sting. Well, I've been here for years now. If you don't look out for yourself, no one else. Giving it my all. By the way,
This is awful. That could not have gone any worse.
of course not.
So Cloud fired the wall. I was pretty sure that's what I heard happening, but I had no way to prove that. So what I could have done was try to fire her. Unfortunately, they both decided to fall Tifa, so I was really kind of boned. The reason you want to do the movement like that, normally you could just have Cloud like Blizzard both, but you're in the risky phase of getting feasted, which will interrupt his ice spell, or the ice spell hitting the floor and shutting off. The fire was my fault, though. I should have moved him further left. I didn't really expect the Gorger to move in such a way that it would make the fire hit the wall. It may have also been that the fire curved and hit the wall. The game does a lot of really wonky stuff with its spell physics. And honestly, it's pretty infuriating to work with. I'm not even gonna mince words. The magic's... It's ridiculous because magic in this game is busted. Absolutely busted. But it's also, like, one of the most unreliable forms of damage output in the game. Unless you go out of your way to make sure it doesn't do anything stupid. And even when you do, sometimes a spell will just spin right into the floor and screw you over. So that's unfortunate. I may reset, honestly. Depending on how much... If I'm like plus 15, I'll probably reset. My early game was gold, but this is ridiculous. On my previous PB. Yes, Synergy has been buffed in Intergrade to it requiring 0 ATB and MP. It will come up a bit later, but right now I'm not using it. Early game, I give it to Barrett so he has something to do. Because otherwise, First Strike is on Tifa and Cloud. And Goddardummerung is usually either on Barrett or Tifa. Though limits are rather slow in a lot of scenarios, so I don't want to be using limits if I can avoid it. So Goddardummerung doesn't see as much use as you might think, especially with Barrett's catastrophe limit being very long, and if he's needed for any cutscenes, it's basically a 15-second penalty every time you use it. Because it takes about 15 seconds to start it, use it, resolve it, stand, and then go into a neutral stance so that he can actually start the cutscene in a lot of instances. And Magnify actually isn't garbage. Magnify is very unreliable in the OG version, or the vanilla version. In this version, it seems to go much further. And it has a very strong interaction with Ice and Wind. Ice and Wind. This is because Ice and Wind will both create particle effects. Wind will create like a little wind tunnel on the enemy and stick to it in Intergrade. And the ice spell will prompt it, create an ice cube on the enemy, and usually pressure the enemy. There are some wonky hitboxes where it won't pressure properly, but long story short, there is a lot of stuff. Magnify is way different, and Synergy is way different. ATB boost now costs 60 seconds per recharge at top level, instead of 2 minutes. So instead of a 2-minute recharge, to use ATB boost, it costs 60 seconds of combat. So there are places where we can probably reroute our ATB boost. Possibly use a command at the very beginning of the fight and ATB boost immediately and still have access to it later. But we'd have to reroute some of the fights. It's probably like the lowest on our list of things to consider. It comes up in Genova usually, because Genova is such an incredibly long fight. no matter which way you do it. The third phase is very slow. So we're just going to skip this. We've already gotten everything done, so there's no reason to do darts. The luck-up materials are actually pretty awful. I have thrown them on Barrett because his damage is so low that even when he hits a crit, it helps. Normally, crits will inhibit your ability to finish fights properly because it will end up pushing so much damage that you don't build enough ATB correctly. Because these fights are very, very, like, narrow. But with Barrett, it doesn't affect much. So it ends up being a positive change for him. So this fight right here is going to make or break whether we reset or not. This chapter is pretty stupid and ends with probably one of the most annoying fights in the entire chapter. If all the thugs decide to physically attack me, I can get through this fight in one Blizzard Magnify. If they all decide to separate and shoot me from the corners, this fight's going to literally take forever, and I'm going to lose even more time than I did at Junk Boulevard. The thing is, I'll hit them with Blizzard, which won't one-shot them with the Magnify on. So most of them will survive unless they're close enough to another one to get hit by another Blizzard. And the problem is they'll get thrown on the floor, and because of the really ass terrain here, ice spells will usually end up hitting the floor and not the enemies. So you're really in a tough spot here. This is pretty decent. That's perfect. I really can't complain. Alright, no resets. I would have much preferred to be out of that fight much quicker, but I would have preferred to be out of there in like 29:00. Very low 29. 29:15 is still pretty bad. Having to use that somersault on the frickin' worm was pretty awful, but it could be much worse. So I'm gonna stop complaining and count my lucky stars that we get out of this chapter without a complete massive. Yep. So right here, I actually took my time doing that swap, or the input, a little bit, because you can end up with a really rough input sometimes, and it'll eat your down arrow if you're trying to buffer too much. The reason I can, like, flash through these cutscenes is because you can hold down, as you can tell on my input viewer, and it will usually buffer the down input. If you hit X too fast, it won't buffer the input down. And it's not like a matter of, like, well, just then hit down forehead, don't buffer it. The buffered input is as fast as that down input can go. For whatever reason, I guess not really for whatever reason, there's obviously a hierarchy in inputs, which button is more important than others. And a good example of this is after a loading screen ends, you can use any face button on the controller to buffer inputs, but the shoulder buttons will not activate properly. So if you're trying to start off a boss fight with a shortcut input, you need to wait for the the HP and command menu to load, or else it won't take the input. So often we have to slow our timing and kind of hold it back a little bit to make sure that we get our shortcuts input properly. Because you can very easily screw up a boss fight if you're a little bit too anxious about getting your inputs in. There was a little time save I did there that I really didn't... Wedge here can start talking to the cats if you get too close to him. But if you make sure to stay out in the street, you can avoid that. So 1, 2, 3... You gotta be within a certain distance or else that dialogue won't ever trigger. But the movement here is pretty straightforward. Not much to write home about. So we're just going to skip this and head on up. So we're heading into Chapter 4. So Blizzard Magnify, like I said earlier, Blizzard Magnify and Wind Magnify will create the particle effects and then explode. With any other spell, lightning and fire, if all of the targets that are dinged for duplication are killed before the duplication happens of the 2 additional magnified spells, it will go wild and not hit anything. It will always interact with the environment and not do any more damage. So Fire Magnify early on is actually not that good unless the enemies are spaced really far apart, and then the ones that it duplicates to are clusters. Ice and wind are far stronger early on. Wind is untenable, though, unfortunately. Mainly for the fact that the laser turrets are, only take 10% damage from wind spells. Because the whole reason you would use wind would be so that you can do a faster, Sentinel Scorpion fight. Which means you would take Goddardummerung off of Barret and put it on Cloud. Which would put you in a position where you can't kill the laser turrets in Chapter 1 properly. So, it's this damned if you do, damned if you don't. You could probably use Wind Magnify if you want, but one of the other side effects of Wind is it flings its targets around. It does have pretty decent stagger values, but you really don't want to be flinging your enemies around. It's not really the place you want to be at. Ice, on the other hand, has a ridiculously high stagger value, a stupid large damage radius. The damage is still pretty decent, and at 9, most enemies early game will just get staggered by it immediately. So a Blizzard Magnify, or a Blizzard Magnify under the right circumstances, will trigger both ATB stagger and give you the limit. So when you stagger an enemy, normally the only benefit is you get 350 points of limit per stagger. With Magnify, that can activate up to 3 times, because Magnify flags them as different spells, I guess. But that also means we can trigger ATB stagger multiple times too, since Ice is so good at staggering. ATB stagger at top level gives 900 ATB back. So once we fire off a Blizzard Magnify, we can basically spam commands till the cow comes home. And as we're getting that ATB stagger, because the spells will explode one at a time, you'll end up getting 3 procs of that ATB stagger. So what will end up happening is you end up getting 2,700 ATB back. In some scenarios, it'll only be 800 or 1,600 or 1,800 because of you'll only get 2 staggers before you kill everything. But in most scenarios, you'll end up going positive ATB. With that setup, you could use Skill Master in this next one, but I'm actually going to take advantage of the free limit that I get from Ice Magnify. And very early on, I'm going to refocus. So instead of my 2,000 point bar being split into 1,000 and 1,000 point of ATB, my commands will shorten down to 700, 650, 650. So it's very easy to loop commands super quickly with refocus. And it's very easy to maintain full ATB through most of this fight. You could use Skill Master, like I said, but it's a lot tighter of a fight. Probably a little bit quicker because you don't have to see the refocus animation, but that's about it. So we're going to swing on in here. We want to hit a couple of those, so that's why I took an extra few swings. Then we're going to go for a triple slash here into a refocus. And you see my ATB is full even though I triple slash. That's because of the way Blizzard Magnify works. Blizzard. Okay, that's going to be obnoxious. I hesitated with that Blizzard on purpose because they were kind of standing in the doorway, so I'm not sure if it was going to hit. We're going to actually guard here. You got to make sure you don't tank that missile. The missile does a lot of damage. It does about half your HP. Pretty close to it anyway. Even more if you're not wearing Chain Bangle. Going to make sure the Shock Trooper's dead. Okay. That's actually the fast way that I'm normally aiming for, but I often mess it up. Fire is equipped to MP Absorb, which is what I set up earlier in Chapter 1. You actually need that to get through here with enough MP. Either that or an MP up, which I don't have access to. This is annoying, but not a problem, because the Blizzard will stagger the dog. So we'll take a swing at this guy and get over here. He's going to back up, which is fantastic.
Calling ice. You're done.
Okay, ATB is kind of wonky here, but I can make it work. ATB, attack, pull out a counter, build a little bit of bar, and then fire again. Normally, you don't want to have to take any swings at Roche, but sometimes the Blizzaras will kind of stagger the machines in a weird way so that you end up without full ATB. We're going to fire it twice here, and then we're going to go into counter stance. Counter stance into ATB boost. Hey, Apex, thank you for the good luck. I'll try and use that to my advantage. Okay, the splitter didn't split this time, but that's fine. But yep. That's why ATB Stagger and Ice Magnify is pretty busted. It's pretty strong. There will be a point where enemies will dodge Ice, and I'll have to opt out of using Ice Magnify, even though the enemy is weak to it. The dogs, mid-game... Oh, good morning. Well, thank you for the good morning, too. That's the same. That works, too. So those dogs that you saw me creaming with Ice will normally, about mid-game, start dodging Ice. You'll see that happen in... hopefully you won't, but it could possibly happen in Chapter 13 when I have Barrett solo as the party lead. You kind of have to go at it a different way. I'm actually going to just use Overcharge to stun those dogs and then hit them with Blizzard Magnify and pray it hits the other dog that's still active. If not, I'll have to spam a couple of like Blizzards and see if I can fish out a hit. But for the most part, the dogs get really obnoxious, which sets up for a really annoying precedent too, because the failed experiments in that lab too are resistant to lightning. So your choices turn into Wind Magnify or Lightning Magnify. They're both pretty stupid. Fire Magnify is just downright bad for that area, because everything gets resistant to fire for the most part. But we're about 5,000 steps ahead of where I am right now. We're about 4 hours ahead in my head. So we got the Whispers coming up, and these fights are really obnoxious. The Whispers, oh nice. Gotta love the lag spikes. Thank you, game. I wanted to lose some time.
For your dad's sake.
But,
What the hell, man?
the Whispers can be very obnoxious. You can get boosts from Biggs and Wedge here while they're running down the alleyway. After talking with some of the glitch hunters, they've timed it, and it's just better to go for consistent movement over trying to get boosts. Because if you're trying to run out of your way all the time to get boosts, you're just going to end up losing more time. The Whispers are very obnoxious, especially the Enigmatic one. The first fight of 4 Whispers will normally spawn another wave of 2 once you get down to 2 or less. But if you manage to kill 3 or 4 of them all at once, it will skip the second wave spawn. I'm assuming that some of these are developer quirks that were intended to make practicing, or game testing easier, QA easier.
I guess.
Because I'm sure they probably had a kill command or something like that. But luckily with that, we can use a limit to kind of trigger that I guess maybe in an intended fashion. Unintended, I'm not quite sure. Limits have a cinematic property that usually makes the last hit the only one that can kill. So cross slash would theoretically be pretty good there. The problem is the left to right slash with cross slash running at 60 frames has a tendency to hit on 2 different frames for whatever reason. So the left 3 Whispers tend to die before the right one does, which always spawns the second wave. So we're going to do it a little bit of a different way. We used to initially do this with Dolphin Flurry because it was very good at sucking in all the Whispers, but we're going to do a little bit of a more YOLO version. We're going to fire a Whisper D with Cloud, because he usually peels too far away and won't get hit by Somersault. And I'm going to manually retarget a tactical Somersault into Whisper B. The reason we do this is A, B, and C usually stick close enough together that you can get away with doing it that way, and the Fire will kill D 99% of the time, so that you don't have to worry about its positioning. Since we take down 3 out of the 4 at the same time, we get to avoid the issues of Wave 2 spawning. Wave 2 spawning isn't really an issue because it, spawns 2. The problem is that, they take forever to be killable. There's a lot of enemies that can spawn an additional wave, and the problem isn't the second wave of enemies. The problem is that they are untargetable for a very long time, and in some cases can spawn another wave of enemies, losing massive chunks of time if gone unchecked. So basically, we're trying to work around a lot of those. So we do have this stuff coming up. Chapter 5 will be the next menu. So right here, I'm going to take this a little bit slow to make sure I do it right. Limit on B, fire on D. D is actually in a good spot, but that's fine. So we're actually just going to parry here. I could use the faster uppercut parries, but there's a good chance that I'll buffer a uppercut from Tifa, which loses me a ton of time out of that cutscene. You need to be careful about uppercut parries, because sometimes you can buffer an uppercut, which will delay a cutscene. This next fight here is pretty obnoxious. The elite Enigmatic Whisperer only becomes weak once you've pressured and killed another Whisper. So we're going to Blizzera, try and kill one of them manually, and then Blizzera Magnify again. And that will retarget that Blizzera Magnify on the Enigmatic and save us a ton of time. If I get really lucky here, I could have, you know, gotten a good pattern. I want to Blizzera.
You're done.
Okay. Fire into Star Shower. Okay, he got staggered. That's all that I need. Okay. That's pretty decent. A 42 flat. That's actually what I'm looking for. I would have preferred like a 41, but, you know, you can't complain. Normally, on the PS5, we would be about 43, 44 minutes in about now. If I do a marathon run, it will be on a PS5. Unless you want the PC version so that I can do the controller cam. I know a lot of marathons aren't really like set up for that, but I know that might be a nice bonus to add in. Or, well, not really controller cam, but the controller input program. I find that it's very helpful for teaching new runners, or at least I feel that way. Nobody's really said one way or the other, but I'm assuming that being able to see the inputs is very helpful. So you don't need to slow everything down to, you know, quarter speed. You know what I mean? Yep. So we're going to get a little save load here. Let's move on. There is a save load here in the train that can save around 20-ish seconds, but I'm not going for that because I like my sanity. You can try and, like, save load right about here. Like this. And sometimes you can skip the cutscene, like that, actually. Huh. Well, that's cool. Normally there's about 20-ish seconds of cutscenes here. If you hit that save load like that. What it does is skip the pseudo cutscene before it. So that's a huge fat time save that I just wasted some of it right there. There's a few of those in the run. There's one other one I'll go for in Chapter 7, because that one's pretty much free. Honestly, the only reason I went for it is because I actually got it. Normally, I was just trying to kind of show out how that would work. ATB boost, I guess. Notice how these kind of slug rays are in a weird position. Okay, we're just going to blizzard those guys as they come in. I could have blizzarded the other ones, too, if I wanted. I'm trying to not use too much MP. But that was pretty nice, honestly. That's a frame-perfect save load, though, so that's not something you'll see people normally going for. So we're going to do a lot of uppercut parries here. So Tifa's parry movement is ridiculously fast. The way you get access to it is by having the parry materia equipped, guarding, and that's not correct. You gotta wait for the camera change, but you have to wait for your commands menu to be removed. So the parry materia can augment Tifa's movement in such a way that she does this slide kick. It's pretty quick, but I'm canceling out the back half of the animation by holding down uppercut. Alternatively, you can mash uppercut and parry at the same time. One thing of note, though, is this isn't just a pure mash thing. You might see that my speed is inconsistent, and it kind of, like, spikes up and down. That's me mashing too quickly or too slowly. There's actually a rhythm to this mash that makes it faster. So, if you're trying to replicate this with a parry, the other thing, too, is you need to make sure to get rid of the Omni Strike upgrade, so the concentration bonus, because that will often screw you and cause Tifa... That's really bunk. Barret was way, way, way further than where he normally is. If I had switched to Barret first and then Tifa, that fight would have ended a couple of seconds sooner. That's very uncommon, so I usually don't go for it, but I was too busy explaining instead of the... Well, whatever. So from here on out, we got Tifa on L2. So I'm going to switch to Tifa and then start doing the parries. That's pretty decent patterning, and then I keep kind of like letting go of it. I usually get a couple in a row. So right here, we're actually going to try and kind of pre-jigger the camera a little bit here so it's not too far off. The thing is, this game is going to force a camera change here when it shows us the dog thing. Okay. I wanted to parry up the stairs, but I screwed up my angle. Close enough, though. That was pretty good. I could have gotten all the way up, but there's a problem where, like, if you get all the way up there with a parry uppercut cancels, after the fight, it will buffer Tifa into a parry uppercut. So I was trying to shave some time off. I find that the best way to do this movement is a mix of presetting your camera and then doing the movement. Like, right here, we don't really need to worry about much. I just want to get over here next to this thing, and I have to wait to interact with it anyway. So being right on top of it isn't super duper important. What I'm trying to do is actually make sure that ice does its damn job. That's quite unfortunate that the ice interact with the floor, but at the very least I could show off the floor ice I was complaining about. The game does that pretty often. It's super obnoxious. So we're gonna Blizzard that guy. Star Shower. Blizzera. Blizzera.
Let's finish this.
Okay. So that should be more than enough. The Queen Grosh Strike there has quite a bit of HP, so takes a pretty intensive setup. We're gonna do a little bit of menuing here shortly. I'm actually gonna toggle Cloud over to Lightning Magnify and Lightning MP Absorb. It's not going to crop up in this chapter, but it will make my life easier for the rest. I'm also going to give God or Dummerung to Barret, so that's... I got a bad buffered input. Stop that. This, this... What the hell? What the fuck? Refocus for that. That was really bad. I don't know how much that's going to affect later. I could have just moved a materia that is equipped to other weapons. That's not correct. Thunderga, Magnify, and save load. So there's a little save load here that you can do to skip this dialogue. Doesn't save a ton of time, but if you wrap it in with your menu, you can save more. Unfortunately, I exited the menu, so I ended up offsetting it the wrong direction. So we're going to Catastrophe this guy. You could normally do this movement quicker with Tifa, but ATB boost into Thunder. There you go. Perfect. Tifa's movement would be quicker. Problem is, I found that sometimes that camera acts up and really does not want you to be able to look at anything. It'll do a very bad jerking motion, where it will jerk the camera one direction or another. So it can make movement in that room very, very hard with Tifa. We're going to wait to heal until after these missile turrets. The missile turrets can tag us for a ton of damage really fast. So we want to be very careful about this. A lot of the enemies in Chapter 5 and 6 and 7 are machines. So Thunder Magnify will get us through it. Thundiga Magnify is mainly for dealing with a few things like Grosh Strikes or Shock Troopers that have a large HP pool and aren't weak to lightning. But it will output enough damage with double magic up on Cloud. Magic is by far the most busted thing in this entire freaking game because of the fact that you get 2 magic up materia, right? So you get a 50% bonus to an already ridiculously high stat. So we're gonna Thundiga that guy. I could do the movement with Tifa here, but there's a lot of different ways you can handle that segment, but those turrets kind of give me some really bad patterns sometimes. I've had Cloud bursted down by missile launches, so that was pretty awful movement, but decent overall, I guess. So we're going to go for an ATB boost here, and then lock on, and Thunder. And you can just walk across the room anyway, because you're waiting for Cloud to cast a couple of Thunders. Pretty decent overall, and let's get on out of here. What we're trying to do is just break 2 of the Crab Warden's legs here, and because of a weird quirk of the system, that will instantly... What are you doing? Are you... Oh, that's my fault. That's me. I was accidentally holding left, as you could tell. Okay. So we're gonna Unbridled Strength. Uppercut. Poke a couple of times. Okay. That was a little obnoxious having to poke again, but that means he's got quite a bit of stagger built on that leg. If the legs are staggered enough, which it has like a hidden value, it will cause the main body to get staggered, to absorb that stagger. It looks like it happened properly. We're gonna... Are you serious with this? Okay. I had to be very careful there, because sometimes that lightning attack will retarget to Barret. It's very weird with this fight. I'm not quite sure what causes that silliness. But yeah. We're gonna target over onto that, switch Cloud over here, get him closer. We want to Thundera with Cloud to speed things up a little bit. We're going to Thunder True Strike, upper, okay. And that is not correct. We are going to save a massive chunk of time here because I got the save load. But I would rather have the split on... I would rather have it split on Crab Warden, to be perfectly honest. But I'm still on the fence yet. I'd have to rework this split and shorten it. And then add some more time to 6 so that I don't lose a bunch of time. Dude, did I get the save load here before? What the heck? I must have used Crab Warden as the split. Oh, that's... whatever. Good. At least the gold split isn't busted. So that's pretty decent. I could have shaved more time, I guess, but... So you want to kind of get Tifa to lag behind you here, but I didn't do it right. You need to keep her off of the ladder so that you can get in front of her, but the thing is, once Barret hits this little, this bar right here, you can get on the bounce beam, but he wasn't feeling it today, I guess. Whew. Give me one.
G's through here, huh? Hey, you see something over there?
Maybe the gate didn't budge because there's not enough power to spare.
Gotta figure this out.
Aaron. Hey guys, instructions for
Kill the lights?
sun lamp, the closest thing.
Gotta put out a...
But if we go through...
Now
Well, that was cool. Minus 30 because I hit a 20-second save load.
You'd think they'd be able to balance the load by now, though.
Maybe. If the maintenance guys or whoever weren't playing hooky.
The lamps are important, but when you think how much Mako it must take to keep them running...
I can't wait to lose this time later.
Man.
My early chapters were the strongest, so this is going to be pretty nice. Hopefully. So we do have another little menu coming up in Chapter 7, but we're actually going to slam that down at the end of the chapter. This chapter right here is Time Loss Central, to be honest. Basically, this rolls down into... Could you go down the ladder, though? The fleeing timer rolls between 3 to 6 seconds every time you start, and it seems to always be a little bit above 3, but a little bit below 6. It might also be that there's ways to extend it. But what we're going to do here is try and get as far away from some of these areas as possible. That was really good. So the trick is, there's some fights where we want the flee timer to be pretty short because there's not too much to do with the fight. And then there's other times where we want the longest flee timer possible. These first couple, we want a pretty big one. Hey, Rishineko, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Appreciate you popping in chat and let me know. I try not to keep an eye on my viewer count so that I don't, like, try and pull people out of lurk, but I really appreciate you guys letting me know you're here. Even if it's just in spirit. Or just in computer, I guess. Rip in computeroni. So we're gonna switch over to Tifa again here. We actually want to get, like, a certain distance away. There's actually a cutscene flag up here, so I need to be kind of careful about how far I push. That was perfect, though. You may have seen that I kind of, like, jerked the camera really quick. You can move the camera faster than the computer, and you really need to get it in the right spot as soon as possible, because game likes to rip control away from you with the camera and make you look at stuff, but it does it very slow. And the problem with it ripping control away from you is that it disallows your inputs. Or if you do it properly, it will normally either slow you down to a jog or slow you down to a walk. So that's kind of why you'll see me like ripping the camera around in some really weird ways, because the game's going to make me look at it anyway, so I might as well do it on my own terms and not on the game's terms. So anyway, probably should have a ton of time save coming up, I think, because of that, the way I do the Chapter 6 or Chapter 5 save load. I can't believe I hit that. Hopefully I don't miss the one in 7, because that one's free. Missing that one's almost criminal. But we're going to try and get in front of Tifa here if we can, possibly. It can be pretty rough. There we go, good. I'll be able to hit the bottom of the floor first, which means I won't be capped by her movement speed. It's a nice little time save. This cutscene over here, we actually have to wait a little bit. There's some of these cutscenes that take quite a while to fire off or allow us to skip. There's one scenario where holding down the Y or triangle button is faster. I'm actually playing on an Xbox controller because it's PC and it's just easier to get it to work properly, especially with the input program. But I have it set up for the PS4 because that's basically what most people use, the PS4, PS5. This route would not work on the PS4 vanilla version because of those changes with Synergy. But let's see here, Thundiga. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so I wanted to get over here, but I kind of like got caught on the doorway. That Thundiga Magnify won't always kill all three of those Garage Strikes. The one that's further away can sometimes screw you over, but I guess he decided to play ball today. So we're going to switch to Cloud here, Thunder Magnify. In the vanilla version, Thunder Magnify would not work there. You would need to follow up with something from Tifa or Barret to kill. So you often would end up with First Strike on Barret because you're using Tifa's movement in the vanilla version. I do have a couple of buttons bound to the back of my controller because I'm using a scuff pad, or what would be considered an elite controller. So it's the same functionality for the most part, just with a different name on it. I have a scuff pad for the PlayStation, so I use the same thing. If you have the money, I'd say it's worth it, but not necessary by any means. A lot of the movement that I do is just made easier by the scuff pad. It's not impossible without it. There's plenty of other runners that do this movement better than me. So we're going to have to wait here for a second. Oh, that was actually... I don't know if I just got screwed or not. Not 100% certain here. Okay. That was extremely lucky. So what you want to do is split those two fights apart. But it looks like I exited combat and then entered the other combat, like, near frame perfectly to split the fights. The reason is there's a catwalk that's right above that elevator that we ride from side to side. And if you get into combat, if you link those two combats together, what will happen is Cloud will warp onto the catwalk above the elevator, and completely make it so you have to walk back over there instead of doing parry movement, and basically flee that second fight a second time. So something you got to be careful of. So we're going to switch over to Tifa here, and then Thunder through the tactical menu to make sure it hits. You could shortcut tactical, shortcut the Thundera. But I find it easier to just tactical menu it. It's Cloud's only spell anyway, so you really don't have to do any menuing short of down to spell. So right here, we're going to push through this fight. The whole reason we wanted to split those two fights up is because now we have an additional fight here that we don't need to take at all. So we can just get the heck out of here. So we get a nice little chunk of movement optimization. You can get all the way over to the elevator, but... you know, there's no way to control a flee timer outside of doing something to, like, re-up it, I guess. I guess maybe some of these areas you could do flee re-upping, if you were really crazy about it. I don't know if it would save the time, though, because of the camera pans and whatnot. You can actually re-up the flee timer by doing some really specific movement in some spots. A a lot of the out of bounds for the PS5 and PC version requires that. Pretty specific movement, but you never know. There's a lot to be said about it. So right here, we're gonna head on over. You can heal up at any time. I find that having healing on Tifa is a good call because her MP rarely gets used for offensive spells because mainly she's on Metal Knuckles, so her magic is doo-doo. So there's literally like no reason to cast a spell with her unless you're trying to trigger a synergy or a backup mechanic. Right now she's on Feathered Gloves, so her magic's actually reasonably high. So there's not much, you can't really say that it's garbage. It's actually pretty good. Okay. So what I did there was True Striking, and then I cancel it as soon as possible. The True Strike right there, whiffing, causes a Synergy Lightning from Barret. All I need to do is go up this ladder, so I just want to make sure that guy dies. I could go over there and poke him with Tifa, but sometimes Thunder Magnify isn't quite enough. And because I'm not on Cloud, Synergy is not activating. Synergy is, I've already been heavily abusing it most of the time. Synergy is an incredibly strong materia. Your lead character that you're in control of, when they're performing an offensive action, will trigger that AI to use the adjoined materia and cast the lowest tiered spell. So Thunder, Fire, Ice, Wind, and also Poison. Poison is actual trash, so that's why it goes like that. But the problem is Poison takes like 5 seconds to explode, so you'll almost never get it off on anything before it dies. And any bosses that you would cast it on, there's only one boss, is Hell House because of the flying phase. If you have a weapon setup that does have poison adjoined to it, it's nice, but not necessary. So yeah.
Kinda scary, huh?
It's all in the mind.
Hey,
Okay, we got the save load here as well. Nice. So you can save load and skip this entire cutscene with Airbuster, and just move right on. So we're going to be using Synergy a lot. So Thunder, any offensive attack like Braver, Disorder, Focus Thrust, Focus Strike, any command like that. But the trick, one of the major tricks right here is you can retarget Synergy by switching to the character before they fully finish casting. If you switch to them once the word, whatever spell, Thunder, like in this case, pops up above their head, but before they finish casting, you can forcefully retarget it to a different enemy. Basically, it turns a 4-enemy encounter into a free fight every time. So we're gonna Thunder Magnify, Thundera Magnify, and then right there we got a Synergy proc. It took a little bit longer because Barret was physically attacking, but you kind of notice that my ATB is maxed out and stuff. There's a couple of MP crates you can grab around here if you really need them, but these early fights are pretty easy to maintain. I just got to make sure that this next fight with the Shock Troopers is probably one of the harder ones in the chapter, outside of the boss fight. There's 2 Shock Trooper fights that are really rough. It's this one and the one right before the we start climbing back up towards the boss. We're going to Thundega Magnify the Shock Troopers here, and then we're going to Thundera with Tifa, and then I need to switch to Barret to keep him from attacking. So lock on Thundega, Thundera, switch to Barret. Okay. There you go. So Overrun is a backup measure. You don't want to fire that off immediately because you'll have to wait until Barret's done attacking. Because if you do you fish out with that Overrun and everything's dead, you're going to have to wait until Barret finishes. So you're better off just waiting just in case. So yeah. It can go either way. You just got to be careful about it. So we're going to ATB boost right off the bat here, and Thundera, one of these elite officers, and then Thunder the other one. There's a couple of different ways to do that fight, but I decided to just make sure the enemies got killed immediately. I could have optimized and got Cloud next to the key card sooner. Luckily, Barrett being that far away is actually beneficial, because you have very... If you and Cloud... Barrett starts rubbing up on Cloud, I guess Cloud likes it or something and starts slowing down. I'm not quite sure. I think it's just like a weird programming quirk where they were trying to make sure you couldn't push yourself out of bounds with the other AI characters. But it's going pretty good so far. These fights are pretty complex, but simple at the same exact time. You need to do a lot of, like, very particular movement and stuff with these to push through. This next fight, we're going to Thunder Magnify. We can Thunder Magnify again with Cloud, but I'm trying to micromanage his MP to some extent to keep us from wasting a bunch of time trying to refill his MP. So, the problem is MP Absorb is good, but it can very easily get out of hand. What am I doing?
Think fast.
Thank God Focus Strike can be canceled immediately.
No surprises there.
Actually, that's probably what I should be doing. Catastrophe. We're gonna grab these crates right here. Thunder that guy. Everything else is dead? Correct. Tifa. Okay, good. Tifa could have taken care of him as well. Because I triggered Thunder like that, Catastrophe hit him and wouldn't kill because he was still in HP locked state because he was on the console. But the Thunder triggered a Synergy Thunder that just happened to time out will happen to time out properly if Catastrophe's done at the right time. So you just one-shot him as soon as he steps off the platform. So we're going to Catastrophe into Thunder. And then I'm going to wait a second here and then... Okay. First hit of Catastrophe whiffed because Cloud triggered a dodge. Probably should go with Thunder and Magnify. Catastrophe, Thundera, Tifa into Star Shower. Okay, pretty decent room overall. That guy on the right console normally is locked to the console until a certain timer, a certain amount of dialogue has passed. For whatever reason, if you enter this room without resetting, so, like, if you go into this room and then reset the fight, the glitch will break and he'll exit properly. But he'll get off that console much sooner than intended in that scenario. So we're going to switch over to here and just kind of... wrong character.
All right. That's that.
Okay, so we want to Thunder this guy, Thunder that guy. Okay, I wanted to get the MP crate, but... whatever. It's just one MP at this point. Get it. I wanted to hit those crates, but Cloud Slash takes too long, especially after breaking the crates apart. I don't know which one's which. It should be the bottom left crate, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other. Thundiga Magnify, Catastrophe. Okay. Should be fine here. Cloud just fully whiffed, too. That's cool. I'm glad I wasted a Thundiga Magnify. That was extremely lucky, to be honest. Thundiga Magnify normally works pretty fine there, but I guess the parry must have triggered the dodge. That's very uncommon. I mean, it happens sometimes, obviously, but that's the first time I think I've ever seen it. Alright, so we're gonna get on in here, and we're gonna... Can we just Catastrophe something? Luckily, this room is slow as heck, so I can just kind of take my time with it. I guess we're gonna have to... Okay, walked into Catastrophe, that works. So I'm gonna practice a little bit of movement tech here. You can Focus Strike into parries, and if you time them properly, you can loop them pretty quickly to get Synergy activations. You can do the same with uppercuts. So if you know what you're doing, you can get quite a bit of damage out pretty quickly. We want to go into EKG, no. Goddard to Tifa, yes. Synergy, and then we want to demag Cloud. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So this has been absolutely fantastic. Hit both of the high skips. There is one more skip you can do in the train graveyard, but I've never tried it, and going for it's going to be a waste of time. So it's better off to just optimize the movement around not doing it. It is 30 seconds. It might be something I'll look into. Thunder.
All set. Pour it on. You ready? Here.
Calling lightning.
Good.
Buzz off.
Okay. Good. That's... Cloud was actually in a good spot. So we're gonna heal up with Tifa here. We need 4 Thunderas from her, but in this scenario, we only need 4 Thunderas. So I want to make sure I parry through those mono drives to make my life a little bit easier. Okay, very good movement too. Pretty good, pretty good. No complaints to be had. So there we go, there we go.
It's locked down.
So as long as I'm not playing too sloppily, we should be able to maintain most of this time save, if not get a little bit more. The big one is going to be getting the menuing for the next fight. There is a cutscene in between Airbuster, so I need to focus on Airbuster a little bit, but for the most part, we're in a good spot. Airbuster, there's a couple of different ways to do this, but there's a gambit that I'm going to do. You do Thundera True Strike, which will trip bait out another Synergy Thunder. And that will generally stun the Airbuster.
3, 2, 1.
There's other ways to do it. Wow, that was... I almost did that way too soon. There's other ways to do it, but this way will stop Airbuster from throwing down the little lightning orbs, and allow me to focus strike loop the next 2 Thunder Synergies with Reckless Abandon for the most part, and that will should keep Cloud from getting stunned, as long as I don't miss input here. So, okay, so we're gonna Thundera, switch to Tifa, True Strike, uppercut into. I need to poke here manually for. Oh my lord! Tifa needs to refocus. That's actually really unfortunate. We're gonna take this a little bit slower. True Strike, uppercut. Okay. Pretty decent. That was decent enough recovery, because I got a really weird pattern there. Him backing up that early probably was off a couple of crits. So we're gonna... Thundera, 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 Thundera. Thundera, Thundera. Thundera. Okay. Thundega, Thundega. Alright. That could not have gone any better. That was a fantastic fight. I got a lot of early phase pushes and a couple of crits in there that just, like, really saved me a nice chunk of time. Iron Chain. Okay, we need to do this, this. No. Tifa gets this forever. No, and no. Into battle settings of Disorder. I believe it's Blade Burst on the up one. Yes. SD. And then triple. Alright. Okay.
Hey, little help in here, guys.
To be boost. It's so funny having the ATB boost for like one little, for like 100 ATB, but that's how it is sometimes. So we're in a pretty good position right now. Hit a lot of good fat time saves. So we're gonna kaboom on this guy. So we're on self-destruct right now. Self-destruct puts us in a very interesting spot if you know what you're doing. It takes a very specific setup that I'll go over while we're climbing the rooftops. I gotta do a little bit of menuing in between here and there, so let me do that first, and then we can chit-chat about that cool stuff. I also need to make sure to unsplit there. We want... no. This, that, and then I believe it's Yeah. I always forget this one for some reason. Not quite sure why Magnify kind of like... I need Magnify and Synergy on Aerith. So now we're on True King setup right now. We're going to do so much damage, the game has, like, no way to kind of hold us back. That is the end of the menuing for Chapter 8, though. Those are probably the most complicated, complex menus, because we have to do a lot of setup. There's 3 really big ones. It's going to be Chapter 8, when you get Aerith in the party. Chapter 12, once you lose Aerith, is a complex setup. And then Chapters 17, again, when you get Aerith back and you do the first segment with Aerith and Tifa. Okay. Those are all very complex sections in terms of menuing. This one is mitigated a bit by the fact that I can kind of pre-set up, to some extent, my equipment for now. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about Chapters 13, Chapter 12, once Aerith leaves the party, and the Chapter 17 ones, because right now what I can do is pre-equip my equipment in such a way that I have most of it on where I need it. Outside of Synergy and Magnify, there's no way to pre-equip those, because they get juggled around between characters for specific setups. Because of the way that they have the materia setup going, you can't really pre-equip stuff that gets floated around a lot, because it'll just end up being deleted off of a weapon. The Magnify, fortunately, isn't really a big factor. As long as I don't move Elemental around, I should be fine. That's part of the reason I removed a materia rather than giving Elemental to bear it. Elemental would have increased his damage for the first several chapters, but it's not necessary. And MP Absorb is far more useful on Cloud. In terms of making sure my MP management is fine. It makes it so I don't have to go out of my way to grab MP crates for the most part. So that's why it saves time. Cloud Slash is pretty slow. About 5-ish seconds, I think. It is nice to get 10% MP recovery, but you're better off wearing double MP up or MP Absorb to mitigate MP loss, so that you don't need to bother on crates. It ends up saving time over the course of the whole run. Over having, flexibility in your casting. There's very few spots where you need more than one type of spell. The only thing that's obnoxious is doubling down and then having to change that out. So, like, Chapter 15 and 16 are pretty obnoxious because you're double down on wind, where you could have a little bit more flexibility, but the MP Absorb keeps your MP high enough that it really doesn't matter. So for Self-Destruct, it's a very specific and narrow setup. You could have Elemental Wind or Elemental Fire for Reno and Rude. You really don't need anything for Reno. Rude could be a bit quicker if you had Elemental Wind on. You could do a little bit better of a fight, but I opt to go with Elemental Ice, just because it's overall better. I don't like dicking around with the Elemental setup on Ironblade. Ice is actually, like, pretty good, because it's either neutral to almost everything, or beneficial. There's very few things that are resistant to it to the point where it's a major impact. The other 4 materia slots are very important. Warding Subversion is the most important out of all 4. I mean, obviously, Elemental skill E-skill is 100% needed for the Self-Destruct, but without Warding Subversion, it's completely useless. Warding Subversion will make it so you can 100% evade the Self-Destruct instant death activation and make it turn it into self-damage. And because you can gain limit based off damage taken, the game doesn't really care where the damage comes from, as long as you're taking damage, even if you're dealing it to yourself. It's also percentage-based, not number-based. So if you have 9,999 MP and loses 9,999 HP, excuse me, you only lose 100%, or you only get 100%. But if you're at 4,800 whatever, and you take 9,999, you're losing around 200% of your HP. So that's why I can get a level 1 limit off of a Self-Destruct usually. So I'm going to heal here just because it's the most beneficial spot. There's 2 places I can do it. Here is the best spot because I'm going to take a couple of bullets while climbing around on the monkey bars. So it puts me in a better position.
You shouldn't talk.
Then you talk.
Let me think here. So, the other portion of this, elemental magic adds additional damage because that's magic-based. I'm not sure how it factors into self-destruct. I think I did some calculations, some like rough calculations by just raw self-destructing on an enemy and recording numbers. But if I remember right, I think it increases your self-damage. Either way, the important part is it increases your output damage, so it will make your self-destruct hit cap more and more often. Normally, you would probably want to put a magic up on Cloud, or if not two, to make sure you get a limit consistently, but Aerith's magic is far more important than Cloud's. The self-destruct is an afterthought more than anything, so you honestly should be focusing on Aerith's magic. So giving her both magic ups is a very important thing. So one of the reasons you might not see me rolling the entire time is because you get a very long put-away animation if you exit combat, or exit fleeing state while rolling. So, you gotta be careful and be very shrewd about how often you roll. That one right there was an extremely early flee, and I kind of backed off rolling at just the right time. I got very lucky. But for the most part, this runs... it's kind of mediocre. It's really just the major time saves have been hitting two dumb glitches that skip dialogue. Quite a bit of dialogue. This is the only cutscene that's faster to hold the button for skip, because you've got to wait for the camera angle change, and you notice that the camera angle never changed there. So holding triangle right there is pretty quick.
There's a Shinra dump site.
The rest of this segment is running around and ignoring basically every fight and like taking optimal lines. One of the things that can happen here is these Gorgers can feast you, but that requires not only one to activate feast, but one to hit you. There's call to arms. That's actually very important. There's going to be some fights with rats later, where if one of the rats takes any amount of damage, it can activate call to arms, which will summon another wave of rats that are very slow to spawn in and aren't targetable for like 3 to 4 seconds. If Call to Arms was like instantaneous, we could work around it and make it, nuke them as soon as they spawn in. But because it has that huge delay, we actually like try to route around seeing it. We do not want to see Call to Arms just because it takes so long. So if we see Call to Arms, we're in a really bad spot because our ATB is going to be really screwed up. So Aerith is meant to do all the damage output. So she doesn't really have anything but First Strike for the most part. ATB Stagger as well, but that won't activate super often in some of these fights. She does have Skill Master, I think, later on, but not really early on, because we're not going to loop her spells. There is a spell loop I will perform in Hell House, but for the most part, Aerith is meant to one-shot everything, so it's either Tier 2 or Tier 3 spells of the same element over and over again. Cloud, however, is set up on a support self-destruct to just get a ton of damage out real quick. He'll use it to force out some free levels, limits, rather. We'll be doing that on Reno, and we already did that on Reno, and we will be doing that on Rude. But without the magic ups, Cloud can very easily, will very often miss giving himself a limit, so you usually have to tank an additional hit, unless you get a really high damage roll. So I will have to use that with Rude.
You jittery?
But for the most part, it's not that big of an issue. I did used to use SD on Hell House. There's only 2 weapons you can use on Hell House, because you can skip the God mode phase by instantaneously staggering out of it. But hard mode requires that you either be on Iron Blade or Buster Sword, because it balances your damage out in such a way that you can hit a very specific damage value. Are you serious? We're going to be doing this, huh? Okay, 1 stop's better than none. The reason that you'll see players stop here isn't because we want to, it's because your movement is based on the camera angle, and that camera pulling out right there and panning out most often screws up your movement angle, so the game does not read you as trying to move forward. Because the game doesn't, like, buffer inputs or anything. It just flat out says, nope, this is what you're trying to do. And it's like, no, it's not what I'm trying to do. The game's like, I don't care what you think. So there is a first break coming up, and I will be taking it. We have 3 breaks over the course of the run. The first one is this long cutscene in front of the screen. If there was a way to save load this one, it would be pretty neat. Because the dancing minigame is very soon after, so we really don't need this first break. It's just a nice bonus. So 125 entry is pretty strong, honestly. I think that's a goal for this area for me. So I'll take what I can get. We'll heal up while we're walking through town, so I'll see you guys in a minute. I'm gonna go use the restroom and all that.
Using spies so they don't have to break the ceasefire. Fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts. The fires appear to have been mostly extinguished.
So if we help catch the bombers, we get a reward or something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would you
we're
mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you
reason
give us
for
any
them to
updates
attack
on the
the
status of the
small
reactor?
So,
What
when are
kind
the
of
trains
damage
gonna
did it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
If a war does break
Mako
out,
Reactor 5 has
you'll
been
enlist?
temporarily
Of
shut down,
course.
and all fires
I'll
have
do
been
anything to
successfully
protect the city I
extinguished.
love.
The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the
Actually,
device
I was
used
thinking
was
of
similar to that
volunteering for the
employed in the
launch, like
attack
you.
on Mako
That's
Reactor 1.
wonderful. Let's take down
The
Avalanche
perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And
If a
given
war
that this
does
group
break
has
out,
now attacked
think
2
you'll enlist?
reactors in quick
Of
succession,
course. I'll
can
do
they really be
anything to
stopped
protect the
before they
city I
strike
love.
again?
What do you think?
Well,
Have no fear. Shinra
Those
will
Avalanche
keep
guys are
Midgar
unbelievable.
safe.
Without the reactors, how are we supposed to live? We need
Okay,
to stand up
time's up.
against anyone who tries to destroy our way of life.
All right, let's go.
Oh, what timing! Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but I help out every now and then. It's fun.
So, I don't know about everybody else, but I usually take a standing break here.
Oh, well.
You get very few kind of like slow portions later on to take a standing break.
Who's this guy?
And now is a very good time to do that.
He's a mercenary.
It's just a lot of Aerith talking to the kids around here. A little bit of story here, there, here, there, everywhere.
2 peas in a pod.
Really, all we got to do is just kind of get ahead of her. It really doesn't matter if we get too far ahead anyway. Regardless, it's just a little bit nice because it lets us set up the right spot we want to be.
So,
That area right there will kind of get stuck back behind the kids if we're not ahead,
You're supposed to come by the house.
or far enough ahead rather.
I don't know. You're just supposed
So,
to.
gotta make sure to not hit any stupid buttons and open the map or something silly, which I tend to like to do.
This is the local orphanage.
So I'll get back in the chair,
Hey, Aerith.
because it's kind of hard to get the headphones in. So the area here, Cloud turns into the backup character. Right now I have him set up with First Strike, ATB Boost, Assist, and I believe Skill Master. So he's going to float ATB to Aerith and consistently trigger ATB Synergy. Or not ATB Synergy, Synergy, period. Synergy, like I said earlier, will cast a Tier 1 spell in response to any sort of offensive command a character uses that you're controlling. Disorder is very strong, and Focus Strike is very strong with it. Because both of those commands will refund ATB on use. Disorder has been buffed on the Integrate version. So now, instead of 400 ATB on Stance Change into Punisher, Disorder will change your stance from Punisher and Operator, depending on which stance you use it in. It will switch you to the other. The Disorder has a very strong, when going from Operator, which is your basic stance, to Punisher, has a very strong lunging move. So we'll save load here twice. This first one really doesn't save time, but on the PC it does. And it also allows me to save load the second one instantaneously right after, so that's what we're going for. But Disorder has a strong lunge move, and when it hits her about 500, and gives 500 ATB back. The other one used to do, I believe, 200, and now it does 400 on each hit, which means a Disorder swap can net you 800 when switching from Punisher to Operator, and the base hit can net you 500. The thing is, if you hit multiple enemies, you get that activation multiple times, and since it's a sword swing, you're very likely to hit multiple enemies. Focus Strike is very less common that that'll happen, so your ATB refund is 700. I have seen it multi-hit, but it's not very common. So we're going to take advantage of that into self-destruct in a few instances. It would be nice if I could set that Disorder up for multi-hits more often to get the full ATB into self-destruct, so I could trigger ATB assist. ATB assist is pretty persnickety about when it activates, in the fact that the two commands need to link together by nothing other than either two different inputs, or input full combo string maximum into the next input. So you can, that's why you'll see sometimes me do like Disorder, then do a bunch of attacks, and then do the next command, because it will work in triggering ATB assist. Also, it's very strong to, very important to do that with Disorder. With Synergy, Disorder will actually come out too fast to buffer both synergized actions. So you often need to sandbag in between Disorders if that's what you're going to do. Mainly, I don't use double Disorder for Synergy unless I absolutely have to. Because like I've really screwed up a fight or something, or my ATB is really low.
I think we still need a
Disorder is extremely powerful because of its interaction with Synergy. But not just that, but it has a strong interaction with ATB assist that leaves you plenty of way to float ATB very quickly. ATB assist, unlike its counterparts of Skillmaster or Stagger, it only gives 600 ATB. You're probably thinking only 600, but it gives 600 ATB. Is massive.
No need to hurry.
If it was 500, it would probably be a little bit less useful, but still used. But 600 is pretty good. There's a lot of instances where we can get an enemy or a character up to 13 or 14 while we're fiddle farting around, triggering ATB assist. And that will put the, not only work into a Skillmaster loop, but it will also trigger ATB assist so that both characters have around 2,000 ATB right then and there. Like I said, you can easily loop ATB assist with focus strikes, because it doesn't have to be two different commands, it just has to be two commands. And can be worked in very well with Skillmaster loops. So there's a lot of things you can do. Skillmaster is very much like ATB Stagger, but much harder to activate. But I'd say more flexible in a way. ATB Stagger, you have to stagger an enemy, but on bosses, Skillmaster is far more powerful, because it's only a matter of linking 3 different commands within a short period of time. You have quite a large window to trigger Skillmaster, but most often not, you won't. So if you see fights where it kind of seems inexplicable that a character or a speedrunner is using 3 different commands, that's because they're going for a Skillmaster loop, so they can get 900 ATB back, trying to speed things up, but still hit the right damage thresholds for stuff. Some bosses have 2 different weaknesses. Eligor is a good example. While Eligor's on the ground, he's weak to ice, but when Eligor goes flying, he's weak to ice and wind. So we can take advantage of that by equipping wind as well and using wind on the flying phase to trigger Skillmaster. It's a pretty nice benefit. So if you're being very vigilant about your surroundings, you can get a lot of stuff going. So this area right here, this is Obnoxious Central. After the first fight, it gets really annoying. The second fight, there's 2 rats that we have to make sure to take down with Sorcerer's Storm, which is strong enough to one-shot them and keep them from doing Call to Arms. Same thing with the third fight, except there's 4 rats that time. So it's going to require me to play very passive to make sure Aerith one-shots all the rats at the same time. Magnify will cast the spells in sequence, so unless you're on Ice Magnify or Wind Magnify or something, to where it like creates a huge bubble, you're very much unlikely not going to get it. So we're going to make sure the rats are hit here. I don't care about the Hedgehog Pie, it's obnoxious but dead.
Moving on then.
If the Hedgehog Pie doesn't get shot by Sorc Storm, it's obnoxious, and that's about it.
There they are.
Cloud can easily take care of it. I probably could have disordered and moved. That's probably what I should be doing, but I'm so used to the Hedgehog jumping into Sorc Storm too that I really don't have a strat ready for that. This one right here is one of the more obnoxious ones, so we're gonna Sorc Storm. The reason I'm playing very passive is to make sure all of the rats end up right next to Aerith. Alright, so that should kill, yep. So our MP is deceptively loose here, so we're gonna disorder into that and self-destruct, I guess.
You'll be blown away.
Okay, that's really obnoxious, but there's not much I can do about it.
How shocking.
Fight through it.
That's that.
Really annoying.
Get through this. Good night.
Okay, that's super obnoxious. This fight did not go as planned, but it's fine. That's not okay, though. I kind of hate that. The AI can take a very long time to attack. Alright, so that fight was a shit show. Not much you can do about it, though. Sometimes, what I was going for was attack, disorder, and I was trying to trigger that multiple hit on the disorder so that I could go into full ATB right then and there. That would trigger ATB assist, give Aerith 600 ATB, and then I could flow right into a self-destruct, which would trigger a second Aurora that I could have used to retarget on the Hedgehog Pie as he jumped up. And because I had Thunder Magnify, that would have taken care of the leftovers. The other ones that I didn't hit with Arrow, rather. Arrow wouldn't have one-shot it, but it would have put it pretty close to the point where I could kill it relatively quickly. Unfortunately, that entire plan was a shit show and didn't work out that way, but that happens sometimes. The problem is that at the very beginning, the Hedgehog Pie jumped out and away, which is what screwed everything up, because it made my disorder only hit 2 targets. So I could have reset theoretically, but that would have taken really fast reaction time.
Cloud thinks I'm good enough to be one, right?
I think I'm fine.
You, Mr. Popular.
That was so cool, you guys.
So,
Especially that. Yeah.
I'm not 100% on the self-destruct with Reno, so we're going to actually play this safe. I'm not sure if... I think you can take over damage for limits, so I got to be careful here. That probably wasn't needed, but we're going to play it safe anyway. On Reno, or Rude rather, the way that I'm going to do this fight is I'm going to attack, go for a counter, into a disorder, ATB boost with the remaining ATB, and then I'm going to follow up with a self-destruct. That will trigger 2 arrows. If self-destruct doesn't kill after the first arrow synergy, then the second arrow synergy will 100% push Rude into the next phase. Then we're going to follow up with an Arrow Ga from Aerith. I'm going to hold right with Cloud, because Aerith will jump in front of the ground wave attack if I keep Cloud in that same spot. And then, forward this cable. Keep going. Then I will tank the ground wave. I can start the limit if Cloud hits a really high damage roll and automatically gets his limit. What I can do is limit immediately with Cloud, switch to Aerith, Arrow Ga, switch back, or I can just tank the attack normally. I'm not quite sure which is faster. I'd have to time it, and the thing is it takes a big damage roll on Cloud to get there. So those white flowers I picked up gave us the Moogle. Good luck charm. So there you go. We could have gone with Chocobo, but Moogle's, I think, a little bit quicker. So we're going to swing in here. into counter, disorder, ATB boost, SD. Oh, well, we had to get an extra arrow off. Cloud's limit is too low.
Okay then.
Yeah, so I wanted to heal myself just because I wasn't 100% sure how my limit gain would be affected by it.
No,
Looks like I should be
I
fine.
don't believe that I have.
So we're gonna Aeroga and guard. There we go. Frost Slash. That will be the end of that. Not quite sure why it didn't split there, but okay. Yeah, most of that time loss is from the fight being kind of stupid. Entering town was really good, though. But the kids' playground was awful because of that last fight, unfortunately.
You're heading in.
And I lost a little bit of time to the Hedgehog Pie deciding to be its own man and not get Sork Stormed. But that's good enough. Plenty of time to be saved. Plus, I lost a little bit of time to root as well, because I had to wait for that additional arrow. It's not super massive, but it is time loss that you can get. So you kind of want to focus in here. There were a few runners that did run in that little mini-game before. Every one of them has been taken down by playing Kick the Bucket, and has since stopped running in there. So I don't believe there's any runners that actively run there, and I would not suggest to do so. Using the camera angle right there is usually the most reliable way. Keep holding forward and then change your direction with the camera. That way you can get a pretty decent controlled line, because you don't have to worry about the thumbstick inputs on your movement side being kind of jank. The camera controls are pretty fluid and will prevent you from having like really bad angles. So Wind Synergy has been on till now because of Rude. It's the easiest way to deal with that fight with self-destruct. Getting those arrow synergies kind of rips through that first phase and will make it so that the Aeroga plus arrow is enough, usually. So it puts you in a decent spot.
You can see the sky.
We can
Still working on the new
still very much...
part of Midgar. Back when they were still building Midgar, there was an accident.
Not sure where I was going with that. I think there was like a prerequisite thought to that. Because I was going to talk about we can do better, but this is still not that bad, so I really can't complain, to be honest. Being a minute ahead here is pretty good. There's more time to be saved, obviously, but whatever. So we're going to head on into this chapter. Wind Synergy is pretty good, but it's not very good for anything but Rude. So we're going to actually toggle that off shortly. These next few fights will go down to a Wind Synergy, so it's not a problem. I'm just going to disorder and then roll on out of the way and let Synergy do its business. Normally, Aerith will dodge roll. The game is pretty stupid about like shortcuts and spells in general.
It'll be an adventure.
It will often like to dodge roll before it takes any action. So it can very often delay spells, or it will run your characters into... that was my fault. The arrow synergy was still in while I was trying to do Soul Drain. So that's it. Lost a little bit of time. So we just swapped out Wind for Lightning.
Kinda cute, don't you think?
Lightning Synergy will make a lot of these fights a lot quicker.
Great.
The machines here have been downgraded, so they're easily staggerable. But the problem is they still have enough HP to the point where they're obnoxious to chew through.
It's this way.
Yeah.
Here's an idea.
You serious?
Absolutely. I'll throw down the ladder for you.
Hey, Ewan. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's probably a little bit low. I gotta stick to my guns. Ooh! So these arms minigames probably are the least obnoxious thing that this game makes you do. I'd say the pump minigame is far worse. I really wish we could skip that. I'd honestly rather do the motorcycle minigames than that.
Stop.
Did we wake it up?
Let's do this.
How shocking.
Okay, that's obnoxious. Aerith, you want to Sword Storm that? I kinda YOLO'd that and didn't realize Thunder is not enough there. I guess that's why I've never been doing it. Damn it, Strife! I got some criticism the other day from the runner that I've taken a lot of strats from, where I was saying I was being very conservative with my ATB and MP. Now I remember why I do things the way I do. That explains that. Thundera plus Thunder is not enough. Probably Blade Burst would be enough in that scenario. Not Disorder.
I'll protect you.
Disorder is very good at triggering Assist and Synergy, but it's really not that good for damage output, honestly. Unless you're counting Synergy's damage output as Disorders, it most often will not get you where you want to go. So we're not going to be experimenting anymore, I believe. A? Oops. I hear it's a little bit quicker if you do this manually, but I'm not 100% on that. So the hand minigames aren't too complicated. It's just a matter of like remembering to mash, etc., etc., etc. They're not hard. They're just slow. But for a lot of this segment, we're going to be on Synergy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to be on Synergy Lightning to take out the machines quicker. And then we're going to use Thundera Magnify for any fight where the machines survive. Sork Storm is still pretty decent here because it has a pretty big panel hitbox. But it's not the end-all be-all. It does come out a bit quicker than a Tier 2 spell. And regardless, some of these enemies will survive Sork Storm or Thundera Magnify, so it's just quicker to throw out the Sork Storm. Especially here with the Butch Cassidy and the Sundance kids. Butch has a ton of HP and survives basically anything you do. So no matter what you do, you have to follow up. It's kind of obnoxious, but that's how it is, unfortunately. If you act with Cloud first, unless you target Butch, you're going to be in for a bad time. I find the easiest way is to opening Gambit with Sork Storm and then follow up from there. Because sometimes they can lay down a lightning pool, or a little shock orb or whatever in the ground. And that really makes these fights suck super bad, so... We're just going to go for Sork Storm and then Blade Burst, and use the auto retargeting to fix that. Thunder Synergy. Okay, it's kind of hard to get this camera angle, if not impossible. But that's about as good as I've figured out how to do that fight. You could probably like triple slash starting with Butch to get the Synergy Thunder, but I think the first hit of triple slash would be far too weak. You'd probably have to like triple slash the other side and then retarget Synergy. There's a lot of stupid stuff you'd have to do in that fight. Triple slash plus Sork Storm would work, but it's really obnoxious to get it to work properly. So we're just going to ATB boost here. ATB boost into Blade Burst into Thundera. Okay. I'm not quite sure what hit there, but okay. I'm not going to complain. Normally you need to go for an extra Disorder in some instances. The enemies there have a pretty high HP pool. And sometimes Aerith can get stunned by stuff, so... Just gonna grab the container here. This is right here. Wow. This right here is where the Magnify materia normally would be located. If you're not... I'm sure most people aren't aware of this, but new game runners actually do not grab it here because it takes about 2 minutes. The reason being that in Chapter 13, it actually, like, puts this... It gives you the Magnify materia on the path in front of you after the plate falls from Chapter 12. Because there's no way to actually get back into this segment and do the puzzle properly. So, it's pretty nice. It does end up screwing with AP to the point where it, like, delays it getting to level 2, but turns out it's not that important. Magnify is good, but not that good, funnily enough. Honestly, I'd say Synergy is probably far more broken in New Game Normal. Nobody's tested Synergy because its requirements to get from Chadley are very harsh. You actually need to fight 3 variant enemies. And the problem with that is the variant enemies are really obnoxious. They're very few. You have to go out of your way to run into most of them. And they're usually pretty buff. So unless you're on New Game Easy, they're not very easy to rip through. And can usually kill you. Especially if you're doing, like, with skips and stuff, too, so... But Synergy, being able to trigger a Tier 1 spell for free is really strong. Because it means that your ATB that you're using on one character is now doubly effective. Even more so if you're using it to loop ATB assist activations, or you're looping some Tier 1 spells. Its effectiveness is arguable, I guess, right? So we're going to go up here. We're going to Blade Burst this pile of idiocy. And hopefully we'll be able to target C here. So we're going to... So I kind of screwed that up. With Synergy retargeting, the trick is to switch to the character when the spell name pops up. If you do it like I did when Aerith was jumping, you'll end up canceling the Synergy. Luckily, she had plenty of ATB, so I could just Sword Storm to get my way out of it, but that was a very bad thing to do. There's no way I could have, like, switched back to Cloud to get it, because I already canceled the resolution of it by switching to her like that. It's very easy to accidentally do that, and even after running for several hours, I've made that mistake several times, so... This next segment right here is a lot of running back and forth. There's very little time to be saved. Just some slight optimizations and pathing and stuff that you can take. So we don't need to watch this. We need to mash triangle here. It doesn't really matter. Yep, let's go. Wait for this line of dialogue, and then skip. That's about all you can do with that. Just make sure you're not, like, holding forward or anything, because it's all dialogue options. So yeah. Not bad. Pretty decent. That first sweeper fight I could have made more... I could have gone a lot better if I had realized what I was doing wrong. Blade Burst would have done enough damage over Disorder by far. And Blade Burst is also a long-range spell, or ability, so I could have used that while waiting for Thunderer to resolve. So the dialogue options here, we're going to actually go for. She's great at handling the books. That gives me points that pushes me towards Madame M's side quest instead of Sam. The top option pushes me towards Sam's side quest, and the middle option gives me points towards no one. When it's a pure dialogue option like that, the bottom will give you points towards Madame M, the top will give you Sam, middle go nowhere. Johnny will give you points towards Sam. Sam's coin flip, no matter what you do, will give you points. No deal gives you a half a point, though. It's just a little bit better. So we do have a quick little save load here. There's a few in this chapter. This one's almost not important at all. I actually tried to save load sooner than I needed to. So I am saving time on these save loads compared to the console. I end up saving more time because the loading timer is removed on the PC to balance things out. As I mentioned earlier, if you're running at 30, loads can take upwards of 10 plus seconds. If you're running on 120 frames, your loads can be down to 2 to 3 seconds. So your frame rate, it determines how fast the game loads. It also seems to lag the game when being run at 30 frames. 60, it's decently good, and you don't really see as many lag spikes. So, unfortunately, to some extent, the hardware of your computer will determine how well this game plays for you. Luckily, because the load remover, it's pretty fair, pretty balanced, but it will save about 10 minutes to 15 minutes over the course of the run versus the PS5, running at 60 frames. So the times are a little bit skewed. I'd probably like add 10 minutes to your time. I mean, obviously, the more loads you do, the worse that gets. So if you're resetting boss fights and stuff. So we're gonna skip this dialogue as much as possible. Sure do. Skip. No deal. So the no deal I'm taking to get the half a point just to make sure. So if I accidentally mash the wrong interaction, that I can still get Madam M. Madam M saves a significant amount of time because we can do Aerith's dress, leave her hand massage parlor, then go right back to the door, open it up, or at least try to open it and skip the rest and go straight to Corneo, rather than having to run to Sam, do a dialogue with Sam specifically, and then come back to Madam M's to open the door. So it's very important in a high-end, a more high-end speedrun that you do that properly. This right here is pretty nice. So we're just going to take the expensive hand massage because we're on a New Game Plus, so I'm not hurting for money. We'll skip this and just mash for the luxury course. And then skip the cutscene. Okay, so normally I would heal here, but it looks like I'm good to go. We will be putting on Buster Sword for Hell House. I did used to put it on for Eligor, but there was a faster strat found with Mithril Blade. I don't use the new strat, but I do use a different version of my older strat. Buster Sword, unfortunately, like, it's balanced, and that's its greatest sin. It has no special abilities. It's just 100% balanced, basically. Ugh. But fortunately, it fits exactly what we need for Hell House.
Tell me what you want.
So we'll try and do that. So we gotta wait until she starts talking, and then we can mash through this.
Really? But
So we need to. Well, I don't have to right now, but I make it a point to always take all the Madam M options as much as possible. Oh my god.
Is there any prize money? Alright.
That's what I'm already letting fly.
Normally I would talk crap here about like having to pay for this trash, but I don't have enough money on my PC version. I only have about 500,000.
Nothing good.
So I honestly couldn't pay for the dress, even if I think it's only worth 500,000. I am gonna want to go down this alleyway here because it's a little bit angled. I find it probably would save some time. You know, as you do. The big time save is the elevator up here. I'm gonna get in the elevator and save load as soon as possible. That will skip a large chunk of Aerith's dialogue. It'll save even more time on PC because of it. Because of the fact that it's gonna bonk out loading. So I'm gonna move forward a little bit here because I'm usually good enough to go. You need to beat out her dialogue there on the load, but there's not much you can do about it. Sometimes you have to listen to her dialogue. On PC, I find it's pretty consistent that you get the save load even if you move first. I think her dialogue's based on a universal timer. So there is cases where you have to listen to that line of dialogue because you hit the timer at a certain time. But most of the time, I'd say it's like closer to a 50-50 or like 60-40. So we're going to burst through a lot of these fights in some really unique ways. This first fight, we're going to Thunder and Magnify, ATB, boost, triple.
Try not to get your
So we're just trying to burst through these enemies as quickly as possible. So this, triple, boost. Okay. Very good pattern. Very good pattern. No complaints. Next fight, we are going to self-destruct everything. I tend to get my A to B manually with this fight rather than using A to B boost. I find if you use A to B boost, there's no way you're going to self-destruct everything. So it's just faster to go that way.
Well, that's one.
This, we just need to mash through this. Next time, we gotta step through the door and skip a cutscene. And then the one after that, there will just be a flat cutscene. We need to wait for the ding dong ding to happen, and then we can go. So Hell House is kind of interesting. We have to like set up the stagger values very specifically, ending phase 1 and doing phase 2 into phase 3. It's a really weird fight. Kaboom. Thundera. That's Thundera.
Too bright?
I thought I inputted the command with Aerith, but forgot to account for Thunder's energy. I could have switched to her to retarget that Thunder's energy, but it most likely would not have killed, so there's no reason to worry about it. So the next fight here, the speed of the Cuddy Sweepy fight totally depends on what positioning they give me, how aggressive Cuddy and Sweepy are. Cuddy almost always will out of the gate go to assault you, but Sweepy sometimes can kind of hang back, which leads to really weird patterns. So we'll see what we can get, and I'll try and respond accordingly. If I can get them both on top of each other, I should have a pretty quick fight. Okay, this is pretty decent.
You jittery?
That'll do.
How shocking! Too bright?
Pretty good, pretty good. I got a really good pattern there. So next is setting up for Hell House, which is a matter of a few swaps here and there. We want to go into Buster Sword. Nope. We're going to take this over here. We're going to MP Absorb, set up MP Absorb Fire, and win our Lightning Synergy. And then we're going to put on Berserk and Thundera. And then we want to use Arcane Ward, Aurora, Fire, and Fire. Good, good, good. I didn't mess that up this time. Okay, so Hell House. We're going to do a lot of stuff to keep the stagger value very specific for the first 2 phases. And I'll try and go over it during the 30-second cutscene, but it's quite the frustrating experience sometimes. So Arcane Ward U, Disorder into Berserk. I need to do that as soon as possible so that I can trigger ATB Assist on Aerith. I'm going to switch out and switch back in. We're just trying to build up some bar here with Cloud and make sure we push the phase. I could use an attack to trigger Skillmaster at that point and still have enough ATB to do everything I need to. Problem is, if I end that phase with Wind, it will push, give a starting amount of stagger in phase 2. So I need to start phase 2 without hitting him with a spell. So I have to kind of do that manually and just forget about it. We're going to arrow right off the bat. A hard left with Cloud so that she doesn't jump into Hell House because she loves doing that in the PC and PS5 version. And everything else will go as planned.
You'll be blown away. That's it.
Okay. This will be a little bit slow.
Watch out for high.
Okay, Cloud didn't get it like I thought was going to happen. Okay. So I need to build up a little bit of ATB here with Cloud, but otherwise we should be fine. Okay. So I'm just going to run around and build ATB with Cloud. He should be on a Skillmaster loop, but I 100% want to make sure he has enough ATB here to deal with this, because Aerith is really not going to deal that much damage. The only thing I can do is make sure that Fuzzy Wuzzies are activated over here, so that I don't get pwned by them. Tempest into Arrow, Cloud, Thundera now, Fire, Disorder, and we're good to go. I'm not sure if... Is that going to split? Is that going to split? You going to split? I'm going to split. I don't trust it. Okay, it didn't split. Got it.
There you are. So
Luckily, there's plenty of loading time to split.
pretty spread.
So there we go. A 432.50 in Summa Best. I'm pretty happy with that. So Hell House, the trick is we need to do a very particular amount of damage while pushing Hell House basically to 99.99% stagger, so that just about a stiff wind will trigger the stagger. So it requires a very specific combination of spells. There's a few different combinations that exist out there that are known of. There are some other setups that you could, but it requires some pretty high-level math in order to figure it out, or you could do some brute force. Fire and wind are pretty simple because they have the same stagger values, so you could flip-flop those inputs in any given way. But arrow, and then trigger arrow raw, then trigger arrow raw on Arcane Ward. That does 1.5 synergy of its normal value, or stagger, because Arcane Ward reduces the cost of a spell by half, strength, and stagger values. And then followed up with a Fire synergy, or Arcane. And then you use a Thundera with Cloud, 2 regular slashes while in Punisher stance, which is why I did those, and then ATB boosted to interrupt the rest of the attacks. And a Punisher to stop the rushdown plus triple slash, all happen to add up to a very particular value that will push us through. I managed to find this when testing at the time, a new person that came into the community, Strife, because he had done the fight with Buster Sword, so we were trying to figure out if it would work with other stuff. So at the time, I was doing it with Iron Blade. It turns out it works with Iron Blade, and I happened to fall butt first into the that particular setup that would instantly break God mode. Other runners had reported to me that they had done it, but they didn't know how to do it consistently. So I managed to find a setup. There's 2 or 3, I think, that are known of right now for hard. And there's a few for New Game Easy and New Game Normal. But for the most part, I still use that one. The problem is I have to do some weird character controlling for the to make sure Synergy Wind doesn't activate and interrupt. That's why I switched to Aerith there. Otherwise, I would just stay on Cloud because it's not necessary to switch to her. But if you switch to Aerith, you'll stop the Wind Synergies from activating, which would throw off the calculations and never allow it to hit the right stagger value. You could do one that factors in the staggering, or factors in synergy, but I don't. The problem is it just flows very well with the rest of my route, so it's important. So the next fight is Abzu 1. This should be a very quick fight. Abzu is a very prominent example of why synergy is absolutely busted and definitely should be tweaked in the next version. Hopefully they won't go too far. They won't put it all the way back to where it was completely useless. But it'll be like half ATB, half MP cost or something. Or like half damage, half MP cost, half stagger value, but still free on ATB. It can be pretty useful, but it just needs to be nerfed one way or the other. Be serious. That was a very weird interaction.
What stage? The one in the back, sir.
So we're gonna head on into the sewers after this. Not much you can do about it. But I hope you guys enjoy the cutscene. I'm gonna go take a PB break and refill my drinks and everything. Pretty good run so far, though. Pretty good. Although most of it's off the back of the cutscene skips. Pseudo cutscene skips, rather. So this is the last break I'll get for a little bit. Gone through a lot of the important parts. This next segment, we're going to be really heavily abusing Synergy. I think Abzu 1 is a good place to show it off. You don't have to do this minigame at all, doesn't matter. Just need to be ready to skip the cutscene right here. After Aerith talks. I also need to be careful about talking to Cloud here.
Show today blew my mind.
But, so we gotta, talk to Cloud.
Was it planned from the start?
Probably not. Did you see their look of surprise?
So we're going to, wait until he comes to a full stop and then talk to him. So we can avoid extra lines of dialogue. Aerith has a very, very long sentence that she'll stay right after this. If you don't wait until Cloud comes to a full stop. This guy right here can be a pain, so you got to keep an eye out for him. We do have another menu coming up. I'm going to try to time it in combination with a save load. I wasn't aware of this until recently, that there's a save load in the in the basement if you wait till they start talking. So, I just need... I'm going to use Twin Stinger as a pass-through. So what I'm going to do is put Twin Stinger on, which has the setup for Abzu. And it would work for the sewer as well, but I found that I have a different setup for Ghoul that still allows me to do self-destruct on Ghoul and not have an issue. But I pass through Twin Stinger so that I can pre-set up my weapon for Mithril Blade. So what I want for mid-game will now be set up immediately on Mithril Blade. So put on Twin Stinger, which has the right materia set up correctly. And then I will put on Mithril Blade and actually select yes this time. And slide that materia setup on a Mithril Blade without having to do any micro menuing. This will also like tweak my materia so that it's in a better place. We'll also be toggling out the fire synergy for wind synergy. Or a wind synergy for fire synergy, rather. We needed to have all 4 elements for Hell House, because that final phase is random. That's why you may have seen me take a while to react to the phase where he's hanging on the hook. We're also going to go into Fire, Somersault. This will give Cloud some much-needed damage on Abzu 1, and will put me in a pretty good spot. Okay, so I actually went a little bit too hard there into Twin No onto... Oh, this is... Yes! My brain is... let's see here. Yep. And then we want to go into Fire, Somersault. I keep forgetting that because this is like a new strat that I came up with to do the menu into the save load. So I'm used to exiting out of that menu properly. But the Fire will be triggering Synergy Fires on Abzu. This fight can go pretty quick. The worst thing that can happen, unless you like massively script your inputs, will be Abzu takes a dip in the water and then you tag him as soon as he jumps up. We'll lose you about 10 seconds, but compared to the old fight, you're still going to be as fast, if not faster than it. I did have an older setup that would allow me to instantaneously skip Enrage as well, but it turns out just nuking with Synergy Fire is far more busted than skipping Enrage, because you can end up killing much quicker than even that version. So we're just going to fire these guys. They're close enough, they should both go down. We will just somersault with Aerith, or Tifa. I mean, I get across the room anyway, and Aerith moves quicker in combat than she does out of combat in this scenario, so it's not really time loss. Okay, not sure. This is, that's actually for me opening the menu twice, that's what it is. So after this, we're going to be going into Iron Blade. I think I know what the juggle here is. Let's just focus on what's in front of us, though. On to Cloud, Disorder.
This is gonna hurt.
Irk.
I got your number.
Get fired up.
Star Shower, ATB boost, fire, fire,
You're burning up.
fire.
You're burning up.
Get fired up. How's this?
Okay, barely made it through that. That was pretty slow. We're not doing that.
These tunnels
So I need to put on Iron Blade, ATB boost for Skill Master, and then we want to magnify Wind. Yes.
Sure.
Into Iron Blade, no. ATB boost over this, and then that. Then we want to go into SD, Blade Burst, Summer Stays, Fire, Arrow, Mag, and then Save Load. There is a small save load that you can do here. Usually would lose time, but since I menu anyway, I think it saves time.
Okay then.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Get ready.
I'm giving it my all. Get fired up.
Okay, pretty decent. So this chapter usually devolves into time loss as well, unfortunately.
Well, the Undercity isn't exactly the prettiest place.
So we're gonna switch over to Tifa here. Get some good movement. And then I'm going to toggle into Aerith's casting.
I'm pretty good at protecting you.
These rats we don't need to worry about anymore. So I actually want to just arrow Scissor Claw. And that will always hit the Scissor Claw plus the rats. This ladder takes a while to be active, so there's really like no rush. So that you don't end up doing that by accident.
Is it safe to go through here? It's really dark. I'm sure we'll be fine. Come on. Hey, Cloud. Assuming Corneo was telling us the truth, what do you think Shinra's really up to? I mean, they've got to have an endgame. But I can't imagine what it is. Destroying a whole chunk of the city just to get back at us doesn't make any kind of sense.
Yeah. I can't imagine any way they could profit from it. It's gonna cost
So,
them a fortune to rebuild.
a lot of these fights are going to devolve into using Wind Magnify to just wipe everything out.
Lots of power gen-
Surprisingly enough, you don't need fire down here,
Wow.
and wind is way more beneficial than ice because it will spawn on its target and then activate. So you don't have to worry about the line of sight issues that ice and fire usually fall into. You could probably get away with lightning as well if you really wanted to be cheeky about it. I really hate it when the Scissor Claw does that. There's not much you can do about it though. Sometimes that Scissor Claw is just in a really shitty position, and it'll keep you from being able to roll forward. The key down here, not sure how that works, but okay. Whatever you say. Not sure why it wasn't like taped to the back of a poster or something, but sure. I guess they're trying to teach you the drainage mechanic, even though they already had you do it earlier.
It worked.
So you can heal up here if you're really worried about your HP for whatever reason. But for the most part, you shouldn't be taking too much in terms of damage. But when
Wait a minute. I know this,
So this is where
and we're set.
might be harder than...
Let's just try. We can do this.
Yeah. For
Wind Magnify will take you through this area for the most part. We can, we want to make sure to get the bluegill here, because it's really obnoxious to deal with. Disorder, I normally am trying to activate Synergy, but if that rat runs up on Cloud, I will Disorder like that. I probably could Disorder normally, but the reason I stance change and then Disorder is because I actually want Cloud to stay still. There's no knowing which way the rats are gonna... Oh, you know what? That's my fault. That was 100% my fault. I was holding down on the thumbstick. Every once in a while, your brain can kind of, like, short-circuit really easily. Aerith, what are you...
Enough of you!
And we're safe.
So that's one of those, you gotta be careful with your inputs. My inputs were slow as heck, so it was either slow or the game ate the inputs, so could you...
Moving on.
Oh my god. I hate this chapter. there's so many ladders and switches for this game to just say you didn't interact with properly. It's, it really is mind-numbingly annoying. But that's how it is sometimes. Some of these chapters with a lot of interaction points are probably the worst in the game. This one probably has the worst out of all of them because of the, pump minigame. Whoever put in the pump minigame should be ashamed. Very shameful. Very awful minigame. No benefit in doing it. It's just really hard on your hands. For no other reason than it is.
Seriously, let's do this.
You're burning up. Get fired up.
Okay. Really doesn't matter. Once again, the ladder takes a while to be active. I kept pushing forward because I wasn't... If you disorder a little bit too fast, the Synergy Fire will not activate because of the Fire taking precedence. You gotta be careful with Synergy. Sometimes you can... I don't know if this is gonna offend you or not, but you basically can cuck yourself. You can get the commands input in such a way that the game will not stack any more inputs. So it won't buffer the Fire Synergy because it's the Quay is already full with a current one. You can do a lot of Quay stacking with the AI. You can usually have them do one input and then buffer a second one. There's a lot of cases where we do that. Sometimes you might end up misinputting, and you can possibly stop that from happening by switching to AI and emptying out their Quay. So there is a lot of, like, abuse on that you're trying to stack commands so you can just kind of do something else. But it's not exactly the easiest to do. Not exactly free.
Leave this to me.
I don't think so. Get him.
So you want to make sure that you're,
That's
once
the way
again,
to
not
do it.
rolling aggressively. Because if you roll while exiting fleeing, you're going to get very low, slow put away animation, and Cloud's going to be held still rather than moving. So, something you need to be aware of. So that rat right there could have jumped on Cloud, but I guess not. We're going to heal up, even though it's not super important. There actually is a bug where sometimes you can interrupt cure spells and stuff, or they don't reach their target, like right now. And Tifa's got her MP back. You see she went from 69 to 73. It's a mechanic that I will be abusing in the next area when we get to the ghoul part. It's super nice, though. It's actually going to allow us to get free Firegas on the ghosts and one-shot them pretty quickly. So we're going to switch on to this. Now, what's coming up next is the crappy pump minigame. It's not cool, honestly. So we're gonna see what we can do.
We'll be back soon.
It's not fun. I don't know how this passed QA, to be perfectly honest. This was impossible to do well on 30 frames. So they must have been practicing or testing this on PC and not on the PS4 console.
So maybe this
Because there's times where you literally, it feels like you cannot hit the right frame window
industrial.
to get the,
Here goes.
so. This first one is slow enough that you can just react when it gets in the red area. The next one, you gotta react a little bit before the red area. That's gonna be kind of tough. Okay. This one is kind of a dice roll. You have to create a audio cue, so I may hit this, I may miss it 3 times, who knows. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I always am a little bit slow when I'm having a good run. And then I'll probably do this one too fast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. One miss is alright. Not desired, because it loses you about 10 to 15 seconds, I think. But the pump, getting out of the pump minigame with only 1 miss is much better than the alternative. Okay, so I need to be a little bit careful here with how I do these fights, or else I could end up with turtles surviving. That would otherwise be dead as hell. So I need to delay this Fire Disorder combo just enough. So I gotta kind of wait. Fire Disorder, Somersault. Okay, Somersault took care of both of them. Sometimes they separate, so you have to go out of your way to make sure you have the Disorder combo on deck. Oh,
Gotta stay.
okay, what are we gonna do? Okay, Aerith, you can fire that guy. That's kind of obnoxious. Luckily, she was in limit, so that's fire into Disorder, into Somersault. Okay, seeing that stagger, I get up the ladder. That's right. So, yeah. I guess my turtle fight was pretty awful in my previous PB. Either that or I missed a pump. So,
We could get lost in here.
those turtle fights can be pretty hairy. I'm very lucky that it appears that Cloud and Aerith fell asleep, but Tifa was in Somersault. If I hadn't have gone to input that Somersault, everyone would have been asleep, and that second fight would have taken forever. Being able to switch to Tifa was really nice, because it allowed me decent movement.
Not just what kind? Everyone's seen those.
The Ghoul is the next big bullshit.
Is that right? Then let's hurry.
Ghoul is kind of an awful boss, to be honest. I need to sandbag for that boss to work properly. There's a couple of different ways to deal with Ghoul, and they all stink. You can't convince me that Ghoul is not a unfun mini-boss. Very much dislike. 0 out of 10. Ghoul is acceptable in every difficulty but New Game Plus Hard. Because in New Game Plus Hard, you're locked out of items, so you can't just elixir it. You have to do a bunch of stupidity to get through that fight. It usually requires a limit on either side to do enough physical damage to make Ghoul weak to magic. And then you gotta go out of your way with doing some weird setups. I do SD and Fyra. You could do some, like, Tempest chicanery. Problem I find is Ghoul kind of does whatever the fuck Ghoul wants. So the trick I use is I uppercut, which gets me ATB that I don't necessarily need. But I do that, wait for the entire animation to play out, and then somersault, which will give Ghoul enough time to rev up the magic blade attack, which it always uses in that scenario. And then I can guard that with Cloud. Which will set me up for a pretty consistent fight. So we're going to lock on Erara into Disorder on the Rat. So there you go. Now I gotta wait for both of these two to go up the ladder. Good reaction to Tifa. So there is a save load in here that I'm not gonna go for because it doesn't work with my setup because of where I place everybody. We're gonna Blade Burst and then switch over to Tifa. And then we want to Arrow. Not really the efficient way to deal with this, but it finishes the fight. So Arrow Magnify will take care of the two behind the train. I just need to get used to doing that fight a bit quicker. I used to screw up that fight a lot more often because of synergy activations, so I'm happy that I'm not screwing it up. Getting the Arrow and one-shotting the last three is important.
Alright, let's see what's inside.
So, a lot of these enemies, you would probably... Alright, you could either use items on, or Cure. Cure is kind of like, it's hard to go out of my way to justify putting heal on Aerith for Ghoul, when I can get Fire to work. It's not very good, but Fire works. It might be something that it would be worth menuing at, or in a, marathon, but in a real run, you wouldn't go for that. Could you just disorder, though?
How's this?
I intended to stance change into disorder, but the game kind of
Coming through.
seemingly ate the inputs. That's not correct.
All right.
I'll switch over to Tifa.
Let me handle this.
So, if you're on the other side of that light, you can trigger a cutscene skip to skip this entire thing. But, I've never gone for it.
No.
So I'm trying to put Cloud into a, Cloud and Tifa into specific spots. So that I can, get this started as soon as possible. This is another possible time save, but this is the hardest out of all of them to set up. So, I don't go for it. I'd have to practice it first. I practiced the one on the train, but I think it's like a 10% save.
Guess the crane's up there.
So we're gonna ignore that because we actually can't get the train to drop yet. I think I found it doesn't really matter if you stick close to the fence or not. So, right here, we're gonna use that glitch I was talking about earlier. I'm gonna get a fire gun through the tactical menu instantaneously, and that's going to nuke the ghouls here. And then I'm gonna follow up with Cloud to finish them off. As long as I finish them off quickly enough, the game will refund my MP. So I gotta. Okay, that actually moved in a good way. So you see how her MP shot up from 80x to 100x? Yeah, that's, I believe it was 80, it would be 85 and it went up to 106. Because fire gun normally costs 21 MP. So you can get that fire gun for free as long as you make sure to kill the ghouls quickly enough. This one right here, I'm just gonna disorder a little bit and then swing. There. If you time your disorder properly and don't like start swinging away immediately, your first 4 hits out of disorder will always work. And you kind of see her MP went up again. The game doesn't really recognize that synergy activated there, so it does not. So it did not take MP for synergy, and then refunded the MP that it thought that you gave up to do that. So this fight right here is we take it an optional fight on purpose though, because we can get Tifa's movement to come up the stairwell. It's a nice little time save. It could have been more if I'd not moved like poo-poo, but... So we're gonna get on in here, and hopefully Ghoul won't launch me, or projectile me into fire, a blue fire this time with Aerith. So we're gonna uppercut into Somersault, switch over to Cloud. I wanted to tank that on purpose. Self-destruct. We're gonna actually come over here, Fyra. I wanted to take that a little bit slow on purpose. We should be good here. Tifa's ATB is unimportant, but might as well keep it. At least I have a backup in that case. Alright, so we want to take Cloud around the left side. And then we're going to throw a limit into this guy. Aerith, where are you? Okay. Fyra into a fire gun.
Get fired up.
Hopefully we get a crit here.
This is gonna hurt.
Okay. Decent enough. And by decent enough, I mean I got a gold on it. Okay. Don't know what that's all about, but whatever you say, game. So we're going to heal up Cloud here. Not super important, but might as well top him off. I've got access to plenty of MP crates that are going to be worth grabbing because I have nothing but time. So yeah, that fight's really weird. Cloud without magic up will not self-destruct for enough damage to reliably get a limit. So that's why I needed to dick around in the first phase. Kind of sandbag a little bit and make sure to get the magic blade out. That uppercut, plus being that close, it'll target Tifa, so I need to make sure Tifa's in a good spot to where Cloud will get hit by the blade. It could have been really bad if Aerith's AI had not been paying attention. She could have very easily gotten slapped by that and taken almost all her HP, if not all of it. That blade hits really hard. The only reason I don't know if I can tank it without guarding, to be honest. At least not with base HP. Which is what you need for self-destruct. Because your limit gain is based on percentage of HP loss, not actual numbers.
It's moving.
Maybe now we can get to the other side.
Interesting.
Focus.
HP boost.
Maybe this'll do the
Error.
Watch out for high winds.
God dang it.
Here we go. That's that.
Bingo. And do it. One more shot.
No turning
Okay.
back.
Somersault.
Get ready.
Disorder.
You're burning up.
There we go. So we're gonna head on over here with and use Aerith's Error again.
You'll be blown away.
Okay. The spin twist isn't really needed, but I do like knocking them back. Increase the chance of getting that crate with the wind.
Path is blocked.
Fun fact, parry materia can be used to skip the first 2 swings of Cloud's normal combo. You're talking about operator combos then, right?
Could give it a try.
And the first 4 swings of his Punisher combo. Interesting. I'll have to mess with that at some point. That might be useful for something. Because skipping those first 4 swings might actually, like, increase your DPS to some extent, depending on if you're waiting for something or not. Because those are pretty slow. They don't hit too terribly hard, except for the last one. The overhead to floor swing. Okay. So we're gonna go into Mithril Blade here.
Not surprised.
Oh my lord. Yo, dude. Sorry, you keep calling me while I'm either, like, doing a run or doing something else. That implosion has been pretty hilarious, but I really can't talk about it right now because I'm doing, marathon-esque commentary, so I gotta focus on the game. As much as I'd love to shit talk with you. So right here, we're going to ATB boost into Arrow, into Arrow, or Arrow into Arrow. Then we're gonna somersault and disorder. Fire might kill, probably won't. That works out great.
Nothing to it.
Let's see here. Assuming this run doesn't shit the bed, I should be able to talk in 2 hours. Well, I guess a little bit over 2 hours. Mithril Blade, Ice for Fire. Okay. Into Mithril. No. Swap this. This, I believe. No. That would have completely fucked everything up. Into, Arrow. Blizzara. Somersault. Soul Drain. Into... That's the wrong thing. Blizzara and on Arara. Arcane Ward stays. Okay. So, Eligor is a dance of stupidity. We're going to be abusing Synergy here as well on Arcane Ward, so we get a bunch of ice spells out. Eligor is pretty tanky, so we kind of have some, like, really interesting stuff to do here. So we're going to attack, switch to counter, somersault, hold for a guard, Arcane Ward Aerith, Disorder, do a couple of swings while we're waiting, Berserk, ATB boost Aerith, or Tifa, and then get the stagger. Okay, we're doing perfectly fine. So we're on the hard part of Eligor. Normally this phase can be very rough. What we're going to do is use Tifa's now maxed out ATB to breach. Walk over here, Error. She should be on the ward. We're good to go. Alright, now this next phase, we're just going to spam double Blizzara from both characters, and that should be more than enough. Cloud will take the ill wind or whatever the hell it is, but that's fine. Aerith's damage is the important part here, so we're Blizzara. And then we're going to get some... There we go. We're going to actually back out of that split, because this split should be at the end of the chapter. And then we can go. All right. Now that's the actual split right. Still pretty good. Eligor can be pretty rough if you don't do it right. So we're going to need to be swapping out our setup here shortly. But first things first, we need to deal with this garbage. So we're going to go into Blade Burst onto... Where the fudge is he? That guy.
No more games.
And then we need to wait for a Blizzard Synergy. Blizzera. We're going to wait for the stagger off of the Enigmatic one. And then throw Somersault. And that should be enough. Alright. So that's how that should go. Tifa's going to heal herself up because I'm stupid and like losing time. So we have a very extensive setup here. I need to go into Nailbat, and then that will be used to re-equip Mithril Blade. Then we'll be going in LMG and using that to re-equip EKG Cannon. So Nailbat, no. That was the worst way to do that. Yes. LMG, no. Into EKG, yes. And then we're going to put Magnify on, and then do the Magic Up Shuffle. Magic up here, assist for Magic Up, I believe. Yes, and then put that in for Subversion. Down here, down here, and then I believe it's Synergy. Swaps for this, Synergy for that. Lightning for... What? Lightning for Wind. That's whatever. I can fix this. And then Aerith's Fire for... No, First Strike for Fire. Not that. What? First Strike for Fire. Wrong again. Fire a Mag, Self-Destruction, Blade Burst, Aeroga, Fire-a, Blizzera, Blizzard, Dolphin Flurry, and Blizzera. So this is a little bit complex. The menus were a little bit weird there. I'm not quite sure why he had ice equipped, but that's whatever. I can make that work because I'll just revert it after this anyway. He doesn't need wind in the underground laboratory. It'll be fine.
What's wrong with these people?
Okay, so we're going to go after this trooper right here. We do have enough ATB, but I need to ATB boost. Uh-oh. That's actually really bad. I did not want to fire a gun in that situation.
Don't think you're gonna get away with it.
What? Oh god. Why is he not dead? Why? What the Dude, the spells in this game are so unpredictable. It's pretty frustrating. So we're gonna lose some time here because of something weird. Not quite sure what all happened. My damage was low. My head was empty. Not quite sure. Well, whatever. I know where I'm at. I know how to deal with most of the issues that are cropping up right now. So we're going to swing at this guy, and we're actually going to fire up Unmagnified to make sure I have enough damage. Grab this on the way up, and then we're going to sift over to here, and everything's been fixed. ATB boost into Fire-a, and then we're going to roll over here to start this fight, and that'll end immediately because the Fire Magnify duplicates to those enemies, even though I haven't triggered the fight properly yet, and the game gives me a free pass. So, now my MP's sorted out, and everything's good to go. Not quite sure what happened, but problems are solved. The ice and wind is kind of a weird thing that kind of got me a little bit concerned. Having that lightning not be a lightning is irksome for later, but I'll figure out what's up with it. The only thing I can assume is my save file's a little bit screwed up, but
I've got to get to second heaven.
What are you doing? Get
That's
out
it.
before you get yourself killed.
Oh god, look out!
The only thing I can guess is maybe LMG was not set up correctly.
Marlene.
Could be the case. So this area here with Aerith, the big time save is when we're trying to get through town with the little girl. You can get a bunch of boosts from the NPCs, but relying on those are going to make your day harder instead of easier. So you're much better off just holding the line, and if you get the boost, you get the boost. If you don't, you don't. Looks like today they're not going to push me anywhere. I've had some times where I've gotten God level boosts. Looks like today is awful. They've decided to split up as much as possible. So we're just going to hold the line. We're going to lose a couple of seconds to this, but there's not much you can do. It's all out of your control. The rest of this chapter is going to be fire, magnify abuse, etc., etc. I needed to grab that MP crate so fire and magnify would take care of the Helitrooper. That's actually why I went out of my way for that. Because my MP was screwed up because I accidentally cast fire and magnify. Which still blows my mind that the Elite Trooper was left alive or whatever. That was very weird. There are some time saves I can get in the boss, but the likelihood of them happening are pretty low.
Please be okay.
The big time save is going to be punting that into the other helicopter over there, obviously. That's how that works. But, yeah, this chapter's pretty much shot. We're just trying to tread water right now. This chapter is a large shift from with Aerith to no Aerith. So that's why that menu is so incredibly complex. And can very easily get a little bit shifted. The more important part is you need to have fire and wind on Barrett. I think I need to be going this direction, yeah. Mm-hmm.
In Wedge?
Okay. Gonna try and get up to the top floor. What? No. Oh, that's really awful.
Make way, coming through.
So the extra character swaps were not intended, but more so my finger just slipped off the thumbstick. Okay. Well, it's pretty much full. I'm gonna need to top him off anyway. We're actually... whatever. I don't really need any spells out of Aerith or Tifa, but you never know. We're gonna hard fire right here. Good to go. You can do that because you have more than enough HP, since I have HP up equipped instead of MP up. Alright. Okay. So after 2 rounds of Gatling gun shots, they're done. We're gonna wait for Big Boy to drop down, and we're gonna fire him when he shows up. So the Blade Burst is for the first phase of the boss. AI can be very weird here. We just want Tifa to come over here and do, you know, anything. Okay, that should not hit. This will, though. Okay. So I need to make sure that I manage my ATB here properly. So what we're going to do is ATB boost immediately, Fyra into Dolphin Flurry, into Fyraga. The Dolphin Flurry will juggle this Elite Trooper but not kill, and it will allow that Fyraga to duplicate properly between the 2 enemies. So the major change here is just going to be putting on Iron Blade. So we're toggling from Fyra Magnify and Fyraga Magnify to SD and Blade Burst setup. With Cloud's incredibly high magic from having double magic up, there's not much the game can do to stand in our way. Okay. Now we're gonna head up to the top floor and be fine. Mm-hmm. Oof. So we're going to start this phase off with Star Shower. We're going to switch into counter stance, but that's not going to be super important. The important part is going to be not getting hit by that bullshit. I'm not sure why I got uppercutted. That's really weird. Star Shower. And then we want to start swinging immediately here. To go straight into self-destruct. And then switch to Barrett here to cheese out a little bit of ATB. You can actually fight out of getting caught by that uppercut. But you're just better off not taking it. It's so early on, and the reset comes so quick that it's you're better. So we're gonna hold out and shoot a little bit. If I start overcharging immediately, I'm gonna miss with most of the shots. But if I get 1, 2, 3, 4 into that, most of my shots will land. We're gonna overcharge into Araga, switch over to Cloud. Obviously have fire like I wanted, so I'm in a good spot. I'm gonna build some ATB while I'm waiting for Reno to hop over, and then we're gonna limit him. Bink, bank, bonk. Barrett's gonna follow up with fire, and we switch over to Barrett. Overcharge. No, I need to be on Barrett. That was a little bit of a time loss, but there's not much you can not much you can do about that. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to go in and tactical menu a Dolphin Flurry onto Rude. We can target at Reno, but I found that the targeting gets kind of fruity. And sometimes Reno will give you Flash Foot, which you flat out can't stop. So it's better off if you just target Rude here. If Reno gets loose, I'll figure it out from there, but we'll deal with what we have for now. So we're gonna okay, we're fine. Rude, switch over to Cloud, get out of the way. ATB boost, into Blade Burst. Nice. That might actually trigger the plates because of how far back I was. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice little time save. That's where that should split. Or not. Whatever. That's fine with me. I think I normally let it split on Reno and Rude. So we're also going to go back into Mithril Blade. Nope. So everything's good to go, and we're just gonna head on into Chapter 13.
Anybody out there?
Barrett!
So a lot of the time save is later in the game.
Here goes.
We're starting to get there, I think. I just basically gotta tread water here for the most part. I will need to fix the wind and ice thing, but that's fine now. The lightning will probably crop up in Chapter 17, and I'll fix it then. But until then, I'm not worried about it. I think it's a weird thing of the way that I have my magic materia equipped. That ends up with a little weird type of thing.
Wait.
I think I'm gonna switch over that Chapter 12 split to Reno and Rude.
Just focus on
I just need to retitle some of my splits so I know. The thing is that there's time saved by making that plate drop, but no, the reason I lost time was some of the other things that were weird. Got bad boosts with Aerith, and the first floor was really stupid with that one soldier surviving.
They were both
And then my MP getting messed up because I fire a good.
up there with them. He got out.
So it was a lot of stupid stuff back to back to back. So the next couple of chapters are pretty straightforward.
Come on now.
A lot of spam top tier spell win. The underground laboratory is not as straightforward. It's the dogs you want to hit with Blizzard and Magnify, but the problem is that they'll dodge it on a 50-50. If they're trying to be offensive against you, they won't be able to activate their dodge. Or if they're in a pressured state, obviously, they can't dodge. So we're going to take advantage of that. The problem is ice can very easily interact with the floor. So the first double dog fight is pretty obnoxious. And will be pretty hard to activate. Get them both hit by Blizzard without going out of my way.
This is Sector 5, right?
And most likely whiffing the second dog. It will set me up in a position where I can Blizzard Magnify the additional dog and call it a day.
Pick up the pace.
I'm going as fast as you.
I did need to cut off Luck Up for MP Up. That's why I had to switch into LMG there. That was so that I could swap out one of his Luck Ups for MP Up. Problem is, in the underground laboratory, he just does not have enough MP to push through there without the additional MP up. And that's because his EKG cannon, in their infinite wisdom, they gave an HP boost instead of an MP boost. And the steel pincer, which has like 32 MP boost,
That's the house.
is unusable in the underground laboratory because you have to use bullets to break down the rocks. You can't like break it with your melee weapons. That's part of the reason why we're on ranged instead of on the crab claw, is because we have to shoot the helicopters. So like the helicopter doesn't have to be shot. We could just hit it with a melee attack, but it's easier to do with a long range since I have it anyway. Airbuster is kind of a pain in the butt, so having the long range overcharge to build auxiliary ATB if the fight goes weird is also really helpful. And it's mainly for Chapter 13 though, because you have to have a gun. Valkyrie, it's also really nice to push the phases with Valkyrie too. A lot of the bosses need to be hit by a physical attack to push the phase over. So even if it's at the damage value that would transition the phase, you still need to hit it with an attack with a character you're controlling usually. Game's very weird about pushing phases. I don't quite know why it's like that, but that's just how it be. But it's very interesting. We're past a lot of the like random bosses, I find. Genova is going to be the worst. I just need to concentrate a little bit on Genova once we get there. I find that for some reason my brain has like a 5,000 negative like intellect once I get into that fight.
Over there.
I do a strat that requires A to B ward, which doesn't really see much use outside of that fight, because Genova is very often either reflecting magic or reflecting physical, so you more often are not using Aerith at all in that fight, unfortunately, despite how insanely powerful she is, plus some magic resistance and a couple of other things. Yeah. So we're back on magic here, Fire, Magnify, Fire, and Magnify. And we're going to switch over to Tifa on every fight, so we're going to churn and burn. That should kill, yep. They were pretty well clustered, so parrying through the center of them pretty much was a death sentence for those Gorgers. They were trying to feast on Tifa, but that is never going to happen unless you're, like, not parrying for some reason. ABP, always be parrying. This segment right here, we can actually move her through so quickly that we can force the other characters to warp up here, which is what we're going to do, actually. So we're going to switch over to Tifa and slide on through.
You ready?
Now, if I do this right, I can link up into this next fight with the sweeper sometimes, and I should be able to warp these two over here. Tifa into Dolphin Flurry, Fyra,
Calling fire.
Fyra. Yep. Okay. Dolphin Flurry's uppercut was not even needed. So yeah. Pretty decent fight right there. This fight's kind of the same. This fight gets really weird right here for whatever reason. I'm not quite sure what the issue is. I think sometimes Cloud hits the wall with his fire spell, so you gotta, like, make sure to rearrange his angle.
We do this fast.
We're gonna actually go out of the way here to grab the MP crate. That'll push Cloud's MP up. Fyra. Really good movement. That's the nice thing about the uppercut parries. And Cloud having MP absorb, you can rip through that crowd of enemies pretty easily and still get optimal movement without having to worry about being short on damage. So now we're going to switch over Wind for Ice and Warding for Time. Let me look at the Blizzera, then Mag, and Tifa's already set. Okay, so we're gonna do this for ice, and then it's warding for time. Also, I need to switch you over to Blizzera, Mag, done.
Come on.
Good setup. So we got Fire Synergy, which will come in more so in the sewer than anywhere else. it's a good backstop, so just in case Cloud hits some low damage ranges, or enemies kind of dodge out of the way of your attacks, or kind of like cluster in a weird way so they don't get one-shot by the same magnified duplications, it'll set you up to a position where you can just rip through them anyway. So, pretty decent so far. I probably should split this into 2 segments and, like, make the split right there. The underground laboratory kind of offers its own level of RNG. I usually like to leave things in around 10-minute intervals, but I think when you're really, like, talking about some of that stuff, like, that was a really good highway. Fire a Magnify one-shot the damn sweeper smarter combo to the point where it was saved a ton of time, I think. It could have been in a better position. The problem is if you get right next to the ladder, there is a hump in the floor, or a dip rather, and there is a somewhat decent chance that the fire spell will come out and curve into the floor and shut itself off by hitting the floor. If at all possible, you need to position yourself in such a way that the floor will not, your spell will not interact with the floor, so that you avoid that chance and turn it down to 0 as much as possible. So that's just something to keep in mind, that you have a lot of things you can do to save time that are still within your control. This segment right here, we did all that menuing because Barrett's going to be the party lead. So we're trying to get through this as soon as possible. There is a little bit of save load chicanery we can do here with the cat. I just got to get close enough to the cat to get the cat activated and then do a save load. So I'm actually going to ignore it until I get close enough to the hole, actually.
Is this all that's
And then save load twice immediately. Okay. No, 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 yes, yes. The menu decided to open up the photo mode, so... See the cat right in front of me. Well, you can see its shadow. Load, yes. Pretty bad save load, but it'll get us down here quicker. So there you go. So we're gonna switch over to Barrett. If you have any issues with like photosensitivity or flashing lights, I suggest sunglasses. Mine are in the vacuum of time and space, so it used to be a lot worse for whatever reason. It seems to have like a stealth patch applied to it. Not sure. We're gonna steal skin here so that I can run through this hallway without getting hit by anything. Shoutouts to Wolverine. So if the rats do hit me, I won't get any sort of knockback animation. Oh, there you go. I guess wasn't needed at all. So we're going to want to get to this side and then Focus Shot. Focus Shot has a much wider explosion radius. If you have 2 ATB or more, it has a pretty big explosion cell. So we're going to shoot through this garbage, and we're going to overcharge the first rat, or the left dog, run up and Blizzard Magnify. Hopefully the other dog will step into our stuff, but there's no guarantee about that. Okay, we're going to Blizzard this. Okay, perfect. Alright, could not have been any better. The only way that could have been better is if I had reacted properly and gone to the ladder. But, you know, that was still pretty decent. So we're going to do the same thing here with this dog. We're going to overcharge into a Blizzard Magnify. This should take care of everything. But the bugs can be kind of stupid, so that's what I should have done on the first fight. So it's pretty good so far. We're going to Blizzard Magnify the next group of enemies. Without Ice Elemental on, my damage is extremely handicapped, and really will not do nearly as much as I would like it to. Plus, I can get feasted pretty easily, so we're going to Blizzard Magnify this garbage too, and be ready to do this. Not sure how the Gorger got out of it. That's not something that usually happens. It's usually the bugs that get out of the Blizzard Magnify. Okay. We're going to ignore this next fight. Normally, I would try and one-shot them with a Blizzard Magnify, but my MP is a little bit low since that fight was kind of jank. 65, yeah. That's about the bare minimum. I need to be in the 60s.
You really want to throw down with me?
So, we'll just ignore this fight. I could Blizzard Magnify and try and get away with it, but it's pretty spicy and not really the best use of my time. It can save time if I get a good pull, but...
Not really. I think there's a nest around here somewhere. Can you take care of it?
I got you.
What am I doing? It's holding the wrong button down. For some reason, I was thinking R1 was the shoot button. Not quite sure why I got that in my head. Every once in a while, like, no matter how many times you run this game, you'll forget what's what. You'll know, I need to shoot, but what's the button? I can't remember. So we're just going to ignore these guys. Trying to flee up here with Tifa is really awful because the shooting command gets broken. So you're in a much better spot if you just stick with Barret. We'll just kind of get up here, get the parry going as soon as possible, or flee going as soon as possible. Doesn't really matter if we run it out or not at that point. Hopefully we can get the overcharge on the... That's really awful. Into this. To Dolphin Flurry. Okay. Okay. The shots were just to make sure it went down. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to head on in. We don't really need to worry about HP at this point. Both characters have Bloodsucker on their weapons, so as we kill stuff, we're going to get ATB back, or HP back. And there's a lot of failed experiments in this fight. Are you serious? Excuse me. So I'm going to start off with a Unbridled Strength here to kind of get an idea of where my targeting is, so that I can fix it like that. Blizzard. Blizzard. That's really awful. Bad luck. I don't know why the Blizzard didn't hit that last one. That's just a showing of Blizzard being obnoxious. We want Blizzard. Switch over to Barret here. Blizzard. Okay, so she doesn't have ATB Stagger on. Good. Wow. That's nice. Okay, so we're in a really good situation here. We've got plenty of MP, plenty of ATB. We want to get up the stairs as soon as possible, but it can be very difficult sometimes. We're going to turn around, boop this dude in the snoot, switch over to Barret, Blizzard, and if things go really weird, we're going to overcharge. So we need to turn around, lock on. Hopefully the lock on will be on the main body and not the appendages. We don't want to lock onto the appendages because it'll screw up our damage, what we're applying it to. So this, and then switch over, Blizzard. Luckily the Omni Strike will always hit the right target. So what we can do now is we can actually cheat out a Blizzard Magnify because it'll go off quickly enough since I'm on Barret, and then switch to Tifa and then buffer the limit, which will keep him from getting slept. So Blizzard, buffer the limit, Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry. So if that Blizzard Magnify hits hard enough, Fire Synergy should back me up. Sometimes you have to use an extra True Strike to do the damage. Okay. Pretty decent overall. Not a godly chapter, but a pretty good one. Really have no complaints. So we're getting ready for the sewer here, where things start getting a little bit weirder. Fire Magnify, Fire MP Absorb is the order of the day. That will let us chew through the enemies really quickly.
He made it, didn't he? They could still be alive.
Okay. That's the end of that chapter. Cool. Nice time save. So it's just reset and then HP up for warding. HP up for warding. And then we want to go into a... Nope, I want spells Firaga and Fyra. We want to go into Berserk, Arrow Ra, I believe, and Maximum Fury, Focus Strike, and let's go. Good. It's a pretty decent menu for me, honestly. I've been having a little bit of issues with that menu for some reason. Luckily, the menu isn't too difficult. It's revert everything, so Cloud's back to being the caster, Fire MP Absorb, Fire Magnify, and then changing out the warding for HP up because you don't need to ward anything else until you get back to Genova. Genova is the main reason I have a warding materia floating around because you can get stopped in Genova by the time pools. So warding time is incredibly important. If you want to be really cute about it, you could try Resist Magnify. I end up using both because it's safer. The warding time will help you get through the first couple of phases, and then the Resist Magnify will keep you from being muted and stopped in phases 3 and 4.
I think I know someone who might.
Depends on where when you do the Resist Magnify. I tend to do it later on, because as long as you're on Cloud, the odds of the mute spells will not target her, and the stop pools can't grab her, so you don't have to worry about it too much. We're going to ignore Kyrie here. So the sewers, we're going all in on magic. We're going to be doing that for the next couple of chapters. We're to the point where we can't really get cute with our inputs. We have to get cute with our... we have to use spells, put our money where our mouth is. So 1, 2, 3, and then we just do this triangle, and then yep. Okay. Gonna get through here. So, the sewers is going to come down to the least common denominator. In other words, we're going to burn everything with magnified spells. The way that Magnify and MP Absorb interact, MP Absorb will normally not be able to absorb more than what you output, because it's a 1.0% absorption rate. So most, if not all the time, unless you cap out damage on like a tier 2 or tier 3 spell, you physically cannot recover more MP than you spent. Tier 3, it's literally impossible because the costs are 21 and 22. Even with a cost reduction that Mithril Blade has, there's no way to absorb that much. But if you factor in Magnify, the additional 2 spells can activate MP Absorb as well. So you can very comfortably spam magnified spells, and as long as you hit multiple targets, you will get the recovery that you're looking for in that.
You guys ready?
What am I, stupid? This is the one time where you don't have to hit down. What? What the fuck? Oh, I'm such a silly. So the sewer here, a lot of the enemies will go down to magnified spells. We're going to use a couple of unmagnified here and there. Just because we're dealing on a single target, and the unmagnification, the reduced damage, or the 25% reduction is not beneficial. Whenever we're at full MP, the Mithril Blade offers a 20% damage buff when you cast a spell at full MP. And with Magic, or MP Absorb, it factored in. More often than not, if not all the time, I can maintain full MP without much of an issue. So, we're gonna fire this guy and just kind of get on in here. Fire synergy is enough. If I did fire a Magnify, I would need to try and stagger before Barrett hit the turtle with fire. This next segment here, we're going to be doing a lot of movement with Tifa. Nice little bit of time save. In a really bad spot, though. That's kind of awful. This is pretty good movement overall. I can't really complain about that. Okay, so Cloud spawned in a decent spot. Barrett, not so much. So we're gonna fire Magnify this nonsense. Just gonna go a burn and switch over to Tifa. Stupid bluegill. I knew it survived immediately. They're usually clustered enough that fire or Magnify will rip through all of them, but that's not always the case. Right here, we're going to actually go out of our way for a triple slash. This is one of the few fights where triple slash is worth it. Once you switch back to Mithril Blade, Tifa, don't get... Trying to get a shortcut hit on an enemy can sometimes be pretty challenging, because you're dealing with a camera fighting you.
I never.
Pretty decent, pretty decent.
Yeah, we heard you.
I'd say this is actually a good run. Though I'd say most of it is due to hitting 35 seconds of save loads. There's still a minute, 2 minutes almost of me in there.
Yeah.
Can I ask you?
So-
Why did you help?
Andrea,
That really.
that could be. It doesn't matter.
432, I think, is probably closer to where the best segments should have been. So we're gonna fire a magnify. No matter what, casting that fire spell is going to get me the longer put away animation. So there's no reason to not just go for the dodge roll there. There are a few MP crates coming up, so I can heal up. Both Barret and Tifa have healing at this point. So it's really 6 to 1, half dozen to the other. Neither of them are really going to be casting spells, or outside of, like, berserks, basically. So we're gonna, yep, that worked out great. We're gonna ATB boost here just in case. Fire, and then that's not correct. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. You could normally grab this crate and get down this hallway much quicker, but I accidentally shortcut Dolphin Flurry instead. That fight could have easily been taken care of with Fire Gun Magnify. That was very unfortunate. Unfortunate. So we're gonna Fire Gun this guy. Alright, so I'm gonna have to be a little bit more reserved with my MP here to get back up to full. But we're going to be using some Fire Magnifies instead of Fire Gun Magnifies to cut down the cost and up the intake. So we're going to Fire and then Star Shower that guy. Or not at all. That's cool. That's kind of a bummer, actually. The double shot like that, I don't believe got me extra MP back. That's kind of unfortunate. So we're just going to ATB boost, Fire. We're going to do this twice. And then we're going to worry about everything else. Fire Magnify plus a Synergy Fire from Barret should be enough. We'll have Barret heal himself up here. And then... Oh, that's really awful. Okay. That's actually... Could have been a lot worse. That could have been way, way worse. That, Crab blocking the hallway is really bad. But because he decided to move and attack Tifa, that was, like, the best that could have happened in that situation.
Calling fire. You're mine. I got your number.
What? Oh, the fight was over. I was trying to switch to Tifa, and I'm like, am I not hitting the right button? I didn't realize everything just got nuked. So there are a couple of crates in here I can grab, too. We'll heal up with Barret here. But there is the one I can get on that ladder that I missed earlier. That one will respawn, so I could have picked it up after and before and got both, but that's fine. So we're going to Fire this idiot and then Star Shower Dolphin Flurry because we need the extra damage. Especially with Cloud at lower MP, we're going to need the extra shot. Fire into Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry. HB boost. Okay, we're gonna grab this real quick and Fire.
No escape.
Okay.
I know a shortcut. Follow me.
So, max MP is like 90-ish something. I'll get another 9 out of the crate, so I should be fine.
Corneo's mine and mine.
We're wanting to wait for Leslie to be on top or in front of us. If we let him get too far behind, Tifa and Barret will push him around. And we'll end up getting really, really slow movement out of him. So, gotta be safe. Gotta be safe. It doesn't really matter now. We're waiting for Leslie, so even with bad movement, I don't lose much time. Grab this. That should be enough. Yeah, 90. Yeah, that's kind of close, but I don't know. Even if I'm a little bit short, Fire and Magnify will top me off, and Fire will finish up phase 1. So Abzu can be kind of obnoxious, but it's pretty straightforward. We're going to go for a Punisher counter right off the bat to top off our ATB. And then we're just going to spam magnified fire spells till the cows come home. It's because of the way the shotes are, for the most part, he'll end up getting multiple hits. And as long as he takes like 2 hits in each phase, we're in a good spot. So we're going to actually just lock on, switch dances, fire, that's incorrect. ATB boost though, fire, Barrett into Berserk, switch over to Cloud. That was really sus, but it worked out fine. That first phase kind of went weird because I accidentally targeted a shote, but it worked out alright anyway. So we're going to Firaga, switch to Barrett for an overcharge. Switch to Barrett, overcharge, switch to Tifa. Into Star Shower, and we saw the multiple hits come, so we're good. So I need to step up True Strike, Star Shower, Dolphin Flurry. That will get us through what we want. True Strike into Star Shower, into Fire Ga, into Dolphin Flurry, into Max Fury. That should despawn enough of the shotes to save me a significant amount of time. I did do Fire Ga a bit sooner than I normally would, but yep, split there. Actually, do I normally split there? I don't even know anymore. Into wind. Wind, correct. Lightning for fire. Ice for this. Wait, yeah. Ice to refocus. And then we want to go into Arrow Mag, Arrow Ga, Arrow Ra. Stays the same, into Blizzard, and downgrade into Somersault. Let's go.
Ready to do this? Once we start?
Yep.
You know, sure you want to...
Yep. There we go. So, not quite sure what the hell I didn't save 30 seconds, but sure. So...
Gotta be careful. No telling
this chapter, is a lot of little things that we need to micromanage. I believe the gauntlet segment can be optimized, compared to what I do right now. I think I can use Tifa's uppercut movement to get far enough ahead of Cloud that he'll warp to her at the end of the gauntlet, but I haven't had a chance to test it to ensure that that's the case. So we're going to stick with the older, slower movement and bring Cloud over to the stairs ourselves. A lot of these fights can be turned down to the Arrow Magnify looping. We put Wind MP Absorb on Cloud, so we don't need to bother grabbing any crates in this chapter. And it will keep us going in the beginning of Chapter 16 as well, so no reason not to. Arrow Mag, please. I don't know why I A to be boosted, to be perfectly honest. That was not the correct choice, but it's fine. Very minor time loss, but a time loss nonetheless. We're going to start this next fight with Arrow Mag and then Arrow Ga Mag. Just because it casts a little bit quicker and does the same exact thing I need. I do have to ATB boost here, though, for sure. Because I won't have enough ATB.
Going in.
Here we go.
That it?
So, the Arrow Mag is a little bit quicker and will result in the same stagger pattern. The damage is not important. So one thing to remember is both characters can heal here. There is a save load bug here to get out of bounds really, really easy, but this is glitchless. You could argue that the save loads some of the save loads, or all of them, have been glitches. As far as I look at them, it's just dialogue skips. So that's how it is. You can grab a crate here for MP, but I'm not going to bother. I don't need it. We're going to somersault and then stick over here. Okay, if you're going to be an idiot. Tifa Star Shower. Okay. Alright, so we're going to want to look up here so that we don't get any weird camera control issues. So we're just going to kind of head on in here as slowly as the game intends us to. We're going to...
Not much choice.
As long as we get Cloud's dialogue done, we're good to go.
You're done.
Okay, so we also want to arrow this guy. Gonna overcharge to make sure that these other guys get killed on the way through. Limit. ATB boost into arrow. Okay. We also want to, we're gonna just take care of that guy. Uh-huh.
See ya.
We're gonna arrow that guy. Okay. Pretty good overall. Okay. So these fights are going pretty well. My ATB or MP management's pretty good. I will grab one crate, but that's more so that my heals are in a decent spot. Are you... Yep, this is how it goes sometimes. So we're gonna ATB boost right over here, and then we're gonna arrow, and then arrow whatever's left over. We gotta wait a little bit sometimes, so... This next fight, we're going to push into combat and do the same thing with Tifa that we always been doing. Get some good parries out of here. This can save us a little bit of time. Floor sharking pretty hard. So we're going to somersault out of Star Shower, and I'll arrow here to get the stagger. And that should be more than enough. Just want to wait a little bit. Wait till the ladder's active so I don't rub off of it. And there we go. So a lot of these setups, Blast Rays are probably the hardest thing in this chapter outside of Valkyrie. Valkyrie we do with like a really, really like deranged fight, honestly. But this is why I'm going to grab the MP crate, because you see I'm losing a little bit of MP on them slowly. Cloud's MP is not going to be an issue, but I can grab it while I'm waiting anyway. So that's why I do it. I find that there's no reason to do it any other way.
Save some for
a lot of these interactables and stuff take forever to get through. So, that's how it be. But yeah. We're gonna climb over this I-beam. Normally, we would have to tap this to make sure the game progresses properly if we were doing the skip. You would actually go in bounds right about over there, clip back in, and then tap this I-beam so that all the cutscenes and everything will trigger properly. It would have the nice side effect of allowing us to skip the Valk minigame, but the Valk minigame isn't impossible, it's just obnoxious. We're going to arrow, and then arrow-ra. Switch over to Tifa. Into True Strike. That's not the right... I should have cast arrow-ra. Or arrow, not arrow-ra. It's a mistake. Happens sometimes. It'll be fine, though. It's fine, I'll just grab a credit on the other side. Actually, I'll take a look at my MP after this and see how bad it is. I want to have full MP for the Blast Rays. It gets really obnoxious if you don't have that extra damage output. Yeah, we'll grab the crate. Quite unfortunate, but it's better to... Actually, I don't think it'll be enough to max me out. 93, I think, is my max. It's not worth grabbing, no. I'll probably need it anyway, though. Oh, actually, it was enough. Okay. Now, if I do this right... Nope, didn't do it right. That stinks. I went a little bit too soon. That stinks. Okay. I should be able to sit here for a half hour and get shot to death. Okay, so the trick here is you gotta, like, not get caught up in this BS. Really good programming, by the way, that this is something that can literally happen. Whoever, like, programmed this minigame can, like, eat a sack of bricks. I very much hate the guy. Whatever. Somersault. Into Aeroga. Into A to B boost. Aerora. Into Arrow. Could you not, though? Alright, up the ladder, please. 2 heavy-duty bracers. Yeah, boy! So I do need to make sure to swap out my Magnify for Synergy. And then we're good to go. This fight right here can be pretty obnoxious. Arrow Magnify, switch over to Tifa. I want to make sure I'm on Tifa because she has a nasty habit of triggering the dodge. So we want to not get in here. But here, for this, there we go. Okay. So we're going to hard start this fight with Aeroga. And that will loop into... We're going to switch over to Barret and refocus with Tifa. Then we'll be using a pair of Blizzards in Phase 1 to trigger Arrow Synergy over and over with Cloud. So we're going to run forward here for a little bit. We want to be as close to the bullets as possible, because that actually is what triggers the next phase. If we're pretty close to the spawn point, we can get that to start immediately. So Aeroga, Overcharge, Refocus. Cloud's ATB is fine. I'm okay with this. So we can Blizzard into ATB boost on Cloud. Okay. So now right here, I'm going to just kind of move off with Tifa and get the Aerora going with Barret. That should be enough to push this phase as long as I don't do anything too silly. Worst comes to worst, I'll have to Arrow with Barret. Aerora. Switch over to Barret. Okay, we're gonna have to Arrow with Barret. I don't know why. Really stupid, but not much I can do about it. Not sure why the damage is so low sometimes, but it is. Much better than fiddle farting around. Aerora. Aeroga. Into focus. You ready? Okay, Barret. True. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. That frickin' minigame stinks. It can very easily lose you a ton of time. So we're gonna go in, wrong, and put Magnify back on, and Magnify Aeroga. That'll be enough to get us through the garage, and then we can do more setups later. So yeah, going Nailbat into this is really nice. It gets a binding materia in rotation, and it also gets another lightning materia into rotation if I'm not incorrect. Being able to preset this stuff pretty close to what I need for the weapons allows me to remove materia from rotation quickly, and add the proper materia quickly, so that it kind of speeds things up a little bit. Towards the end of the game, unfortunately, I kind of run out of stuff. I probably could set up the other characters a little bit better, but at some point you end up hitting kind of a wall where there's less you can bring into rotation, more of like just everything gets roasted. So we're going to Blizzard this. We're going to switch on over here with Tifa and Aeroga with Cloud. We're going to Star Shower this guy right here. Star Shower again, I guess. Barret should finish it off. I guess not.
Get ready.
Cloud should. Are you serious, guys? Good lord.
Okay, let's go.
feeling like
I should have used Overcharge in the first place. I forgot Cloud will roll out of that combo, or out of Punisher if you try and activate it like that.
Calling wind.
Gonna have to somersault. Okay, good. Cloud warped anyway.
Keep it up, man.
Normally, Cloud is in a bad spot, so he won't warp like that.
Always do. Let's do this.
We're gonna go for Eraga Erara. Alright, that explosion is kind of what I expect to happen sometimes.
You would say that.
time to kick your ass and take that.
Good job, Barrett. I agree. Arrow. 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 I didn't want. I wanted to cast Arrow, but whatever. Okay. That's not quite sure how I exited the garage that quick. I think I used the wrong combination of spells, so I lost a little bit of time. Also probably lost some time to healing in some weird spots. Okay, so we're gonna need to switch over to Lightning, Iron Blade, Blade Burst, SD, Triple Ascend. This needs to be Lightning, Iron Blade, no. Then we want to go into, not weapon upgrades, that could have been really bad. Blade Burst, SD, Triple, yes, and Ascend. Yeah, Spell Arise, it's actually the other direction. Thunder, correct, and Catastrophe. Tifa stays the same. Bummer, 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 bummer. Bummer guy.
I don't know about
-3 is still pretty decent, though. Again, there was about like 40, 45-ish of this that came from a couple of pretty significant save loads. But the other 2 minutes is definitely from just better play overall. My endgame was apparently pretty weak. My previous run.
You be careful.
Aren't I always?
So I am gonna stand up for this segment. You need to take a standing break whenever you can get one. This segment's pretty slow, so there's no reason not to. A lot of these jumping segments can be very, very slow. Overall, the end game is pretty rough. It is not at all free at this point. This is very easily can turn into a disaster.
I thought I was dead for sure.
The end game is really hard. Really, really hard. The enemies around here can very often screw you over. Sledge worms are one that come to mind. They really like to duck out of the way before your spells hit. The only reasonable way to deal with sledge worms consistently is actually to react to them attacking you and then attacking back, and using the Thundera once you see them swing. I've still had that screw me in the past before, but it's a hell of a lot better than just YOLOing Thunderas. This area doesn't really have too much specialness to it. Just a matter of manipulating the camera and or your thumbsticks so that you get good movement. See, like, even though I'm holding, my camera's going that way, the game wants me to continue on that pattern, so... This one right here is very weird. We have to, like, turn immediately. It's... I don't know why. The camera itself won't, like, change your direction until you get it on, head-on correctly. So you can really oversteer and then come back. Could be worse. I've had a lot worse, honestly. This isn't a bad hand-over-hand segment. We did switch into Iron Blade instead of Mithril. You could use Mithril for the next few sections, but you would need to rejigger out of Wind Magnify into something else. The elite troopers on the way to the top floor laugh at Wind. in such a way that you're going to need the either ice, fire, or lightning. I'd probably say fire or ice. Ice Magnify could work pretty decent in the garage, but I opted to not switch that out. Lightning and wind work out pretty well for what I need. Wind will take care of some of the mono drives and some of the other weaker enemies, and it's still strong enough to take care of the failed experiments. It's just a matter of needing lightning for the machines, because they kind of tank a lot of damage, though. So we do have a couple of cutscenes coming up that will give me a little bit of a break. Not a massive one, but enough. So we're going to take the elevator up. As a donation incentive, you could take the stairs. The elevator itself isn't much of a break. It's just a little bit, it's a lot quicker. So, elevator would be dead PB pretty much. Unless you're, like, talking about a PB versus, like, the stair ride. Because even now, I'm not saving enough time to do the stairs, because the stairs are like 7 minutes. Okay, so I think we'll do it that way.
Maybe dial it back a little.
Wasn't planning on it.
Okay, can we hit the button now? Can we hit the button now? These interactables are quite the nightmare, honestly. They do not want to work with you. Specimen is a very difficult boss. I'll start going over him once I come back from the break. He's very complex, and a lot of it comes down to having ads. Just like Abzu 2 can be a very difficult boss because of the Abzu shotes. Fire Magnify just kind of like breaks that fight. Wind Magnify used to be something that was used previously on Specimen. I prefer to go with the self-destruct route. That's a little more straightforward and uses limits to output very metered damage and keep him kind of hit stun. But you could still do that. The problem is it requires you to kind of like bait the little eyeballs to be next to Abzu's shote, so you, or not Abzu, but Specimen, so that you get additional hits. You know.
I think I just
I did throw up a lot.
Very highly of himself.
So, we're gonna head on in here, and I will see you guys in a little bit.
Yourselves? Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool! Along. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
Impressive, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
So there's a cutscene right here, so I really don't need to worry too much about moving forward. The game will automatically do it for me.
Now, moving along, the next exhibit will teach you all about the miracle of Mako energy and our reactors, as well as the city of Midgar.
According to our splits, I should be done in an hour, but we all know how that goes. I think I just took out a cough drop and then threw it in the garbage. Oops. Well, it do be like that sometimes. So there are a few more save loads left. Right here is one. The moment she starts talking, once you go up the stairs, save load. Doo-doo. Saves a little bit of time. Mainly because you get to maintain full running speed. You don't have to listen to the dialogue. Right here, we're just going to skip another cutscene. Then turn right around. So the big thing here is going to be coming out of Specimen, going into the fights after it. Specimen poses a particular threat in the eyeballs, mainly because they can cast fire and ice, which very often will interrupt your abilities. That's why you kind of simplify the fight as much as humanly possible. If you get Rake, you're going to need to use a bunch of Punisher counters, Blade Burst, and some other shenanigans to get through it. If you get Mako Expulsion, you can use just a simple Punisher combo into Self-Destruct into Guard, and you're good to go. So you can get a limit out of that. Mainly it's because Cloud's on double magic up, so you can kind of abuse this a little bit better and be fine with it. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Will. We're in a pretty good run right now, about at 3 minutes or so. Oh, I'm in a pretty good mood right now. I've also managed to knock like 2 minutes off my Some of Best segments as well, so.
You can use it to train for battle in a...
You work here?
Okay, the mayor is the best.
That's right.
Before I trust...
Say what?
So,
would prove your worth.
as long as I don't mess up Genova too bad, this should be a PB. The Whispers fight can still steal it though, for sure. But this should be a good run. Need to make sure that I get the limit out of this. Or don't get a limit, rather. Self-destruct. That's not good, actually. That tells me something is wrong here. I shouldn't get a limit out of that unless I'm hit by something, which I wasn't. Which means I'm still on Cross Slash, not Ascension. Let's exit out of this, exit out of this. Guess it really doesn't matter. Alright, so let me double check my setup and make sure that I am indeed on Ascension. That is one of the mistakes I tend to make quite a bit. Not having Ascension on, wrong. Down to I am on Ascension. I don't know why I got an Ascension. I must have had a really high damage roll then. I shouldn't get a limit out of just self-destructing, so I must have gotten a really high damage roll. Or self-crit, which I guess is possible too. But it's definitely important to double-check my limit there, because if I have Cross-Slash instead of Ascension,
That's right.
the fucking Specimen fight will be woo-wee! A funzo way to lose time. I'd rather lose time double-checking in the menu to make sure. I guess I could have checked through the tactical menu in that fight. I don't know which would have been longer. Probably should have checked through tactical.
You hear the words ask anyone.
Thanks. We can find it on our own.
So it's a pretty good run. I'm not sure where the 3 minutes overall came from, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Tifa.
Maybe. Oh, never mind. Oh, thank God.
I think I'm like definitely overpressuring myself though. I'm giving myself a massive headache. Pretty good Saturday run though, I'll be honest. I'm used to Saturday runs not being this good. That means we're gonna do something casual Sunday. If we make it through this run without too bad of a choke. I am known to choke though, so hopefully I don't. So Specimen, we're gonna start off and we're going to manually berserk with Tifa through the menu to make sure it targets the right enemy. If you can berserk with a shortcut, but I find that a lot of the time you can very easily screw it up and Tifa can get knocked out of it. I've found that when I throw it through the tactical menu, it seems more often that it lands than it misses. So it is nice in that aspect. What we're going to do is hard left, so that if we get raked, the entire party doesn't get hit by it. Just Cloud. Cloud can counter, Blade Burst, and then counter the rest into self-destruct. Or, if I'm very lucky, which I want, is Mako Expulsion. I can roll up behind Specimen, do a full normal combo, tank a hit from Expulsion into a self-destruct, and that will push into Phase 2. Berserk should last long enough at that point that I ascend, and then uppercut, Star Shower uppercut, to get ATB plus damage off with Tifa. And then I can just Star Shower Somersault into the third phase, and then follow up with more or less anything and rip through the last bit of Specimen's HP. So much so that Specimen will end up with 1 HP because it'll hit an HP lock because I do too much damage too quickly. But hopefully we don't get screwed too hard. There are a lot of points of RNG here, but at Specimen I have the strat to deal with rake, so I just got to make sure the whole party doesn't get raked, and then I'll be fine. So, we're gonna let this split on the boss instead of after, because there is a split for the elevator. Or, well, I've got a split for the boss actually. I'm pretty sure Specimen doesn't get split right. Hey, Wolverine. I did Steel Skin for you, so I'll definitely play nice with Specimen, too. It's always funny steel skinning in the lab and then not getting hit at all, and you're just like, why'd I do that? Alright, let's do this. We want to, wrong character, Berserk.
Here we go. That'll do. Let's go. Time to get serious.
I don't know what the fuck that was, but it's ninjutsu. Quiet. What do we got here? Break. Okay. So after this, I need to go into Mithril Blade, give Goddardummerung back to Barret, and add Thundera to Cloud. Okay. Looks like Barret's going to be the one to sweep up this fight. Okay. Wrong. Oh, look at that. Cloud's going all in, buddy.
I'm waiting.
Or not. Okay. Iron Blade onto Mithril, no. Got for you, yes. Then into Thundera. Hit the button. Error. What the hell? Oh, that's so annoying. What the heck? That fight. That was so stupid. Error.
You're done.
Y'all about to see one hell of a light show.
Down the hallway, there we go. Do 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 do. I'm a big fat hoe. Okay. So, the menu after the boss went pretty well. I normally struggle on getting that Kiriga off. I did quite unfortunately hamstring myself by not ATB boosting right off the bat for the other stuff. But,
together we will reclaim our world.
We're gonna reclaim the world, boys! Dude, you're a space alien. Reclaim what? Get out of here, scrub. Trying to steal my friggin' planet? Planet thieving scumbag. Alright, there we go. Skip. There we go. Another 20 seconds knocked off. Oh, everybody ready for 90-second sledgeworms? I am. I hate this game sometimes. Knowing that the game could just, like, ping-pong me. Ah, there. Was that... was that nice enough to specimen? I gotta ask, was that me being nice enough? I think that was pretty nice. I put him out of his misery as quickly as humanly possible.
Anyway, we gotta get to the roof, right?
Damn monstrosity.
Same elevator.
I didn't even rip its arm off and make it regenerate it. Like Piccolo. I didn't make Specimen Piccolo!
Yes, his odor still lingers.
Oh, shit.
Where did they
Yep.
It stinks in here.
I did hit the frame perfect load on the train, though. And the one in Chapter 7. So, I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it, but still. Even if you take that 40 seconds... 40-ish? Yeah, I guess it's around 40. Even if you rip that out, that's still 2 minutes 45 that I fucking grinded out myself. With no summons left on the field, I summon Cloud. I don't know. I mean, I guess we still have to decide whether it's glitchless or not, right? I went for the save load because I was doing marathon commentary, and the menu popped open for me to save load, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. So it's borderline, no major glitches, I guess. We'll find out once there's finally a vote on it. Honestly, after like thinking about it for a while, I really don't think it's probably not intended, but I also don't think it's like a glitch. It's stupid is what it is. If you want to go for it, go ahead. But like, you don't need it to have a good run. Your initial assessment was right. I think it's something to leave there for top-end runs. At the end of the day, if you want to go and reset for a frame-perfect skip, then it's your call, right? So that's what I'm voting to leave it. It saves a lot of time, RTA. Arrow. I did practice that skip. I practiced the one on the train and felt like it was 10 to 20% for me. The one in Chapter 11, I haven't practiced at all, so I didn't go for it. Because I didn't want to waste more time trying to set up something I couldn't do. Then be like, ooh, I hope I can save another 30 seconds. It's not that bad. The one in 7 is free as hell, too. If you miss it, it's like, that's your own fault. All you gotta do is, like, have a somewhat decent response. It's not like the pump minigame where it's like, you gotta mash the shit out of the button or something to get a frame-perfect input. The one on the train is still pretty bullshit, though. You could reset over it or just take the L. It's whatever. It's pretty early on. It's your choice. It's like resetting for Sephiroth spawn, too. It's your choice. You want to be that anal about that 20 seconds, then that's your call. That. Damn it, Barrett, where are you going? This man over here doing?
Let's do this. That's that. It's over. About damn time.
There we go. Okay, Thundera, HP boost, Thundera into Blade. No, Blade Burst. I Blade Burst there because of the MP Absorb.
Yeah, if you say.
Because I won't get a lot back out of that Thunder.
Didn't expect any of this, but we just gotta roll with it.
Yeah, I think the one in the train is stupid, but not too bad. And the one in Chapter 7 is free as hell. What did you learn today? Did you learn the true value of speed? Barrett, why must you do this? Actually, I think I didn't get screwed that hard because Barrett kind of moved in a weird way.
Alright, now you're starting to impress me.
We'll head down too. Be right there.
Yeah. I feel like I lose Yu-Gi-Oh games more often to myself and poor problem-solving skills than other people's decks. Like, I forget how, like, broken Plasma can be. That's why Skill Drain should have still been banned, because you should have to go out of your way to fucking pull that shit on the... put that shit on the field. At least Plasma can be run over pretty easily if you hard start it. So, I mean, Alright, so Wind, Magnify...
Thanks.
Roger that.
Yeah, you have to do it in response to the attack, not the damage step.
He's been acting really
like, damage step can only be...
True.
So, like, with hand traps like that, they can only be activated in things that it would activate off of, right? So, like, Droll and Lockbird can only be activated when your opponent adds a card to hand. That's the only time it activates. Like, Karibo can stop the attack, but it can't stop the damage step, which is for anything that would increase or decrease attack values. So, like, my Destiny Hero Dystopia can pop a card by removing its attack bonus or reduction. That's when you would activate that during, like, you could activate that during the damage step, I think. I'm pretty sure. Like, Honest, Elemental Hero, Neos Honest, cards like that can be activated in the damage step. Dark Honest should be dishonest, but whatever.
First find a passage leads to the center.
Oh my god, what is this ATV though? I hate it. Thunder into Catastrophe. Oh. Wow, nice crit, Cloud. Actually, I don't even think Cloud crit. I think fucking Arrow Rub multi-hit. Nice. I'm really spooked that I'm gonna throw this away somewhere stupid. Oh my god, that's a dumb way to waste a lot of MP.
There are 4 switches.
The Seal of Orichalcos. My seal didn't steal his soul! What the fuck is this? This game is rigged!
We access the central terminal.
Alright.
Should be unlocked.
We will. See you in a bit.
Mm-hmm. We want to do this, and then we need to go into Iron No, Goddard to Tifa, yes, and Wrecking Ball, no. And we want the MP up for Garbage here, this, Time, First Strike, this for Fire, Binding, this, HP up for Fire, and I believe... Oh, no. Almost made that same mistake again. Ice into Lightning. Believe that's good enough. Thundera. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's really bad. Wait, what? Cloud should be on Thundera here. And Self-Destruct. I want to put you back on EKG. No. And why are you not on Fire? Needs to be Lightning. I don't know why it's not, but it needs to be Lightning. So Wind, Magnify, Lightning. Okay. Okay, all the problems in the world are solved. Hunger is, world hunger is solved. We're good to go, guys. Take my word for it. Yeah, right. That's actually why a lot of the match win cards are banned.
Would kill for a shower.
I think this is the last save load, though. Finally, at the end of my rope. No more cheats or saves. I think, like, if we do end up banning those time saves, we should just impose a penalty on the runs that use them based on the time, you know, save that's been found. I think is the easiest way, because there's been a lot of runs done between now and then. Aerith,
be blown away. Bring it. Ha, bam.
What the actual fuck? Did you just not, though?
Watch out for high winds. We'll make it quick. Lend me your strength.
Okay, sure. That fight went like shit. Okay, never mind. I was gonna grab that, but it ate my fucking kick. Either that or I didn't input it properly, whatever.
I won't give up. Lend me your strength. Get him.
I'll have to grab the one next to the stairs.
So bad.
Was I inputting that properly? Was I trying to, like, mash with something else? I probably was, wasn't I? I fucked up the input. Whatever, I guess it could be worse, right? I could have no crates to grab.
Let's get
Nice fucking camera management, though. Woo! So a lot of these fights, we're gonna kind of, like, come down to the lowest common denominator. Magnifying spells. Like I said earlier on, Ice Magnify would be good here because a lot of enemies are weak to it. But they also like to dodge it, too. So we kind of have to go Unga Bunga and either Thunder Mag or Wind Mag our way through most of this. Can I just... Okay, Thundera.
You jittery? That's it.
Thundera again.
It's on you.
Tifa, what are you doing?
Let me handle this.
Are you serious? Dude, what the hell? Why is her damage so... Or I guess it's the least common denominator. The most, like, usable ability that works across everything. Right? I think that's the right term I'm looking for, actually. LCD, not LCM. So we're gonna do this. Thundera. She's gonna take a... Fuck!
Gotta focus or it's over.
That's so stupid. Oh my god. That is unfortunate. Absolutely fucking unfortunate. I should have jumped back. I didn't... Fucking both of the missiles? Really? Really? You know what? If I had been on Thundera Magnify, that wouldn't have happened either. Because it would have stopped the other one from firing off the missiles. Might as well grab it at this point, since I had to cure up. Yeah, I could get pranked alright, that's for sure.
You two stay there.
That's not true. Alright, so Cloud should be set up properly with Thundera and Self-Destruct. I'll double check though. Oh, we want to do... Where is it? Magic up. Into... Yep. Okay. I got pranked super hard there, brah! Alright, now don't let me forget to God or Dummerung on fucking Brain Pan. Diga.
It stinks.
Hojo's experience.
I'll take a look at it after the run. I need to focus. So we're just gonna hard in on Triple Slash here. ATB boost into Self-Destruct. So you want a Triple Slash right off the bat. So not Barret, but Red will activate Stardust Ray, which will hit stun the dogs, the Zeninays together. My ATB was really shitty, but it was still enough for me to build up the ATB into build up enough ATB to get into Self-Destruct pretty easily. The other thing is I wanted to get Barret in the right spot. I'm gonna have to grab one of the crates either way before the next fight. Unfortunately, I have to grab this regardless. My MP shouldn't be too bad out of this, so I can just save out.
Commencing test.
Go all out.
Thundera. ATB boost into Self-Destruct. That was not a good idea. Well, Barrett got in the right spot pretty quickly anyway. That's nice. So I am gonna heal up, because the frickin', the sledge worm fight's pretty stupid. I walked all the way across the room at the slowest speed possible, and I'm still at the door in time. Nice. That's hilarious. So Goddard Dummerung needs to come on, or go back on after this. I'm not gonna bother with this crate just yet. Switch over. Overcharge. Thundera. ATB boost. Thundera. What? Okay, that stinks. Okay, this is really obnoxious. What are you doing, Barrett? What are you doing? What is this? Oh my god. What is this? What the fuck was that fight? Oh god. That fight was ridiculous. I really got knocked around. That was kind of unfortunate, but there ain't shit I can do about it sometimes. Into Goddard Dummerung. Very, very unfortunate, but that's how it be sometimes.
Test subjects don't
Let's be smart.
This could have got a lot worse very easily. Okay, so my battery's fully charged. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Alright, so here, the best way to deal with this room is either a bunch of Blizzard Magnify spam, or doing it this way, where I'm going to catastrophe the entire room. I'm going to go for some counters if I have to. Okay, and I'm gonna get punished super hard for that. Pretty awful. Not much I can do about it.
Make a decent team.
Who would have thought, huh?
I don't know. I guess Red must have healed me with Cure. That one Brain Pan being in that spot is unfortunate, but there's not much I can do about it. I need to put Goddard onto Tifa, Magic Up Swap, and Ice into Lightning. Okay, so to Tifa, this into Ice, Magic Up for this garbage. Wait. No. I want that and Skillmaster? Wait. Shit. I was looking the wrong way because something flashed up on my iPad. The pad. So Cloud's not gonna get healed here. We're gonna just Blade Burst our way through these guys. Hopefully I won't get trolled too hard on the other Sword Pete. Or sledgejammers. Pretty rough. I guess I need to practice that fight or something. I'm not sure what's the problem. I think the ATV was really bad though. So I guess the bad choice was that I triggered my ATV boost too soon, maybe? Maybe I should have gone and tried to YOLO something else. Blade Burst. Good fight for once. Okay. Hip hop over.
Right.
Alright, let's hope the sledge worms don't give me the what's what. I still can't believe Tifa or Aerith got hit for fucking all her HP. And I almost died in the Sword Pete room too. Good grief. If it hadn't been for Reprieve, I would have. I think one of them ignored me. Could you...
Too bright? I think I need to...
Are you fucking kidding me with this stuff? What do I even do with this? I've got to reset that. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Double hit like that? That's absolute garbage. This game sucks. That's so stupid.
Let's do this.
So dumb. I'm healing her up. I'm not risking the game doing that dumb garbage again.
Come on, really? Stay back.
Okay.
What? That's okay.
What a frickin' ridiculous pair of fights with the sledgeworms. Are these guys all grouped up close enough? Please tell me they are. Arrow. Somersault that guy.
Go on. I'll take that.
That's about as good as that's gonna get with bad ATB. I guess I didn't need to heal. Thanks, game. Bad lab as usual.
It's my turn.
I can't wait until I have a shit run and then save it in the lab. I'm gonna try and be very cautious with Genova and get this done properly. ATB ward is what I'm gonna be the most focused on because I have a nasty habit of misreading how that works, so I need to stare directly at the list and not the character on screen. That's why I'm missing it, because I'm misunderstanding how that functions.
Still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record,
Because I'm in control of Cloud, so it messes with the way that the targeting works and kind of shows it improperly. Mm-hmm.
I really wish you would.
Oh, we're going to switch over Arrow that guy. Alright, that's cool, I guess. Kind of stupid, but whatever. So... Ice for cleansing, and then we're going to, wrong. Ice for cleansing for this, wait. What was I even doing there? So we got wind, elemental ice, we're gonna need to change that out for Skillmaster, I believe, and then, wrong, we wanna go into, dive kick into Dolphin Flurry. We're gonna go with Thundaga and Arrow. No, Blizzara. Okay.
Yep.
And actually, also forgot to put Point Blank on Barrett. I could have worked that out in Cloud's menu, but that's fine at this point. I'm not sure why I would have held on to the wind. It can be done right here. I guess if I do wind for the ice, and then I can change wind out for Skillmaster. Because Barrett's not going to be triggering Skillmaster. Alright, let's do this.
We made Wedge wait a while to be rescued.
This chapter is so long and winding.
He really likes you.
Maybe.
And the sword peds are really... Or not sword pede, but the sledgeworms are really driving me up a wall. Damn unfair fight. 100% in favor. Okay. Focus on the damn game instead of complaining. So we're gonna attack here, go for a Punisher counter into a Blade Burst, ATB boost into a Self-Destruct, and that'll be more than enough to rip through sword pede. We're gonna Dolphin Flurry right here, charge up a Tempest, and throw it out. We're gonna have to Thundera, because we whiffed with that Tempest, and Thundera for most of the damage. Luckily, our uppercut off of Dolphin Flurry didn't whiff. There seems to be some rare instances where Dolphin Flurry will whiff improperly. We'll just, whatever, right there, sure. Nah, we'll skip it as usual. Nah, that was close enough that I'm not going to complain about that. So we're going to put Hard Edge on, ATB Assist. We also want to heal up Cloud. Hit the button. And there we go. Yeah, you want to make sure Hard Edge. Nope. Stagger for Assist. And then we want to re-equip Cloud's shortcuts. Shit. Berserk, yeah. Wrong. Berserk and Braver. Okay. Whew. I could downgrade his limits, and there's a pretty decent chance I think I would have Cross Slash for the end of Genova, but,
Who would?
I will forget to upgrade it again, so
Let's go.
I probably just need to change my menuing for the end of the game. So Genova's a lot of, like, really tight inputs, so it's a be quiet and run it. Because if you start trying to describe it, you're going to end up screwing it up. I'm going to start off with a gambit of double disorder to ATB assist everybody. At the same time, it will give Cloud a decent chunk of ATB. Enough so that he should have enough to ATB boost and double down, giving him 2, so I can go into a Berserk Haste, which will trigger another assist. But while I'm doing that, I need to get ATB Ward onto Cloud from Aerith, because her ATB is not going to be used as much. I need to be very careful about how I do this, though. The Disorder should put me in a position where I shouldn't be that far off. It equalizes my ATB so that I can get through a lot more stuff, but that has yet to be seen. I seem to have a very bad issue of planning ATB Ward on Aerith and not Cloud. But regardless, I'm going to push through this fight. I can get through it, it just takes longer. If I forget or fug up the ATB ward.
Please help me. Hey! Help me.
So this takes forever to load, so I need to focus.
Help me. Well. Pull me.
Get ready.
Swing a little bit here into a disorder. Aerith, I need you to ATB ward on Cloud specifically. I want to trigger ATB boost, Star Shower. Into Dolphin Flurry. I will Berserk Genova here, and then haste myself.
Let's do it right. Let's hustle.
This one's for you.
Braver. Okay, this should push us back.
And catch.
Okay, I need to push some damage here, it looks like. There we go. Alright. Braver into a counter stance, switch to Aerith. Throw in a Tempest. I just want to make sure Tifa's on the right side. Into Star Shower. Disorder into Blade Burst, into another Star Shower, or Braver. Another Braver, and that should seal it. Okay, my damage was a little bit low. Alright, managed to recover. Tifa is going to have to heal Cloud, I think. So we're going to get on in here. Tempest. We're going to have to do this the weird way. And then we're going to have to Kiriga Aerith. Cloud should be fine. Okay, I did that to activate center or triple assist, whatever. I can't really think right now. Okay. As you do. Okay, Tifa will be activating a resist here. Then we're gonna need to take you down. ATB boost.
Focus. Get ready.
Okay, Aerith's HP is a little bit lower than I'd like. Into focus thrust. Switch over to Tifa. And then switch over to Aerith. Tempest. True Strike. Soul Drain. Soul Drain. Double Tempest. Okay. And now we switch over to Tifa. I am losing time because I actually split for Sword Pede, so that's where that's coming from mainly.
You okay?
I got this.
Star Shower, Berserk, Star Shower, into Dolphin Flurry. Okay, we want to not do it that way. Get back into a Blizzara. Where's Aerith? Uh-huh, can I just Blizzara for fudge's sake? Okay, that's wrong. Aerith, I should be able to Blizzara from here, I guess. Cloud, follow up the same way into... how do I want to do this? Okay, Cloud, I need you to get in here and get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. Into wrong ability, focus thrust. Genova. Okay, Braver.
Give your best shot.
Tifa. Tifa into Star Shower, Star Shower. Star Shower. Braver. Alright. Got out of that shit without dying, so we're fine. Actual dog shit fight, but I'm not sure what happened. I think I got cucked out of a Blizzara and just did not do the final phase properly. That bullshit should not have happened, but that's my own level of incompetence showing. Pincer, yes. We want Goddard Demerung on a Barret, yes. Binding to HP up, and then assist for this. God damn it. What a stupid way to lose, like a whole fucking minute. A whole ass minute. I fucking hate Genova. That fight's so incredibly stupid, it's not even funny. Whatever. I think my Whispers is pretty poo-poo, too.
Everyone okay?
1, 2, and 3 into triple ski. Alright, so we're gonna do a pretty particular setup here to max out the pressure on Darkstar. So Darkstar is going to be almost max pressure here. I'm going to be able to slash him once and then immediately dump him out into Stagger. So this fight should be pretty much in the bag. You want to hit with a regular slash here and then triple slash so that Darkstar takes full damage from the first hit. So I'm going to make sure I hit the dog first into a triple, which will let me stance change and then bunch out enough damage. I didn't heal because Cloud needed it. I healed because I wasn't sure what Aerith's HP was. But that will cost me more time, I believe. That Genova fight was horrendous, and I need to learn a new fight. The problem is that Phase 4, I'm supposed to be getting a barrier break, but the game is screwing me over on it, to be honest. I'm not sure what's causing it, but if you tank multiple time pools, you're supposed to get barrier break. So I have no idea what the fudge that was all about. Limit into A. Thundera. That was actually incredibly important. Tempest. Thundera. Break it over here. Tempest. Soul Drain. Okay, good enough. We're going to trigger Skill Master right here, and then follow it up with ATB Stagger. So we've got plenty enough here. Tempest. Blizzara. And then another Tempest here. And we want to switch over to Barret and overrun. Get that extra little bit of damage out, plus the ATB. There we go. Now we can start this phase with Thundera, the right rear tire, and then Blizzara, the front rear one. So, Thundera, We actually want to Tempest, actually, almost over. There could have been a really bad oversight. Blizzara. Then we're going to do the same thing here, point blank. We're going to let Barrett get on in there and point blank. And then overrun.
This one's for you.
I lost a little bit of time there because of phase transition. I needed to hold off on that last hit. This shouldn't be too bad, though. We're going to Thundera, and then it'll go down.
Any ideas?
Take cover behind it.
Okay. I guess I really messed up Arsenal last time, too. I've never had a good Arsenal? What? Excuse me? Okie dokie! So now we're headed into Whispers. This fight is pretty BS, too. We're going to go about this in a really stupid way. Yeah, whatever. Okay. I guess I just always split early for Arsenal. Arsenal, I think, like, is one of those where it's like I don't trust the damn splitter to split. LMG, Goddard Dummerung. Go into Ironblade, no. LMG, yes. Wait, what? Goddard to Tifa, yes. Need to grab the magic ups here, correct. Wind for Steadfast. Where is it? In for Skillmaster, wherever the hell that one is. Lightning to this, lightning for that. Cleansing for Revival. This needs to be Steadfast. And then this can be Refocus, wherever that... Okay, into Blade Burst, into Ascension, into SD, into Braver, Kiriga Magnify, stays the same, I believe, and Arrow Ga, wrong, Blizzaga. Okay, let's go. Tomorrow, I am probably going to, like, reroute Genova completely and do some casual stuff. That's what's gonna happen.
Ready?
Yep. Yeah. Just no split for this. Nice ATB, though. I want to hold on to my ATB boost. I don't trust the game. That's about 1600. I can do that easy. Doop, doop, doop. Okay. So here's where the shit hits the fan. We need to self-destruct very quickly on these first two phases of Red Boy. That will push enough damage at a low enough ATB and hit count that the game will start the transition for the second part of the boss fight. So we're going to instantaneously try and push the phases really quick, basically. The red guy, these all take a little bit to start up the first time they join into the fight. So we got a little bit of time here to build up some bar and then push through. So we're going to into this, Barrett over. I was thinking about refocusing for a split second there, which was not correct. Okay, so I want to make sure to hit on yellow here. I want to build some bar as far as possible. And then Kiriga Barrett in this phase. Okay, got enough ATB. So all we got to do is get over here and guard. Looks like Barrett got flung the wrong way, so we'll lose a little bit of time to that, but there's not much I can do about it. You know what? I might actually, Wazzy might have his saves done tomorrow. That would be fun to route. That would be a good treat. So, what we're looking for here is yet another self-destruct. If we get Firaga, we can instantaneously SD. If we get anything else, we need to guard this. Crimson Twist or Flurry both will have to be blocked. You do not want to go for Punisher counters. You do not need it here. It's just risky. Sweep is another one. This, switch over to Tifa. We're going to Star Shower. Into Star Shower. Arise, Cloud.
Got some fight left in you.
Gotcha. You're up.
Barret, we're gonna need you to heal up everyone. Okay. Kinda stinks. Didn't do that correctly, but whatever. So this next fight will be pretty straightforward. Luckily, I don't have to fight the camera here at all. We're going to Dolphin Flurry Red Boy here, and that will be enough to end this, put him into pressure immediately. Just going to build a little bit of ATB here. I'll hold on to the ATB boost until after I tank a couple of hits. No, actually, I can't use ATB boost at all just yet. So we're going to Tifa, should be on Dolphin Flurry.
Teach you a lesson.
Overcharge with Barret.
Time to end this.
That's that. Here we go. See ya. It's over. See ya. That's that. See ya.
Okay. Build ATB with him, or build the overcharge with him. Switch over to Cloud. I could have pushed that a little bit quicker, but I really wasn't sure who I wanted to use commands with, so I just kept swinging. It wasn't the optimal way to deal with that, but willy-nilly throwing a command out like that could have been very devastating to the strat here. So I needed to be careful for sure. I'm going to throw out Ascension here and hopefully Max Fury Blue with Barret so that Cloud can one-shot Blue, and then I'll SD Yellow. Put him almost all the way down. Barret revive Cloud. You know, he... Bingay, bangay, bongo. He is on Skillmaster, I believe, so... He will get a... He's already used a Kiriga and Arise, so the Max Fury should give him bar back if he does exactly... If he does have Skillmaster, like I believe he does. I'm not sure, though. So we're going to throw out the limit here and switch to Barret. Hopefully I don't get a really bad order.
Well, the big one is way over there. However...
So I need to guard a little bit, though, with Barret. So do this, guard, what are we seeing? Amber Whirl, that's fantastic. Cloud with one shot. Yellow is left over. So we're going to stay on Barret here. I guess not, actually. SD. Okay. Barret will arise. Cloud, I don't know why I'm doing this manually, but whatever. Want to make sure Barret doesn't push. Blade burst. Okay, not necessary at all. So pretty good couple of phases. Now we're going to get into the hard part where things can kind of turn into a shit show. But whatever. Barret's done his due diligence. Thank you, Barret. We will see you next run. If it was not for Barret, we wouldn't be able to set this up so easily. His ability to get the long-range shots in and get the Kirigas out consistently without moving in too close to the enemies is what makes this possible. If he was a short-range character, he would most likely get pushed around very easily. I probably could have got the Arise in Phase 2 much sooner, because I saw Aeroga coming. I'm not sure which beats which, but I wasn't about ready to take the risk. So I was waiting for Aeroga to resolve and then Arise. That's kind of why I took it a little bit slower. So we're going to come in here and attack red, or more so we're going to counter the hell out of red. Cloud's going to be able to Punisher counter most of these hits. I am going to take a hit or two out of this, but it'll be fine. Tifa also has full ATB, so she can Kiriga Cloud without... too much of a loss. So we're going to just wait for it, block, counter, block, counter, block, counter. That'll be enough to push into Bahamut phase. This cure isn't needed, but I find that it's 100% warranted. Bahamut's a very rough, can be very rough, and the last couple of phases you shouldn't get hit, but you can very easily get hit. So we're gonna Ascension, lock on, wait until we start making contact, charge Tempest, wait for Bahamut to land, throw that in, uppercut, into Star Shower, into Star Shower, and then we'll throw in an uppercut just in case. Cloud's good, let's move back. We're gonna Blade Burst now. We want to hit yellow or blue here, but not really 100% guaranteed on that. We're going to keep focusing on red here. It's going to be quite unfortunate because blue is going to end up taking a hit from Braver. I guess not. That's cool. So blue should go down in a single shot here, actually. That'll save us a pretty nice chunk of time. Blue ending up in that position is pretty good. It depends. Blue might actually get a full revive. I don't think so, though, because the Braver hit red well before blue, so blue was invincible, I think. Not sure, though. These last couple of phases are kind of a blur for me. We'll see, though. Okay, Star Shower. We're gonna build a little bit of bar here. Want to get up to 2. Blade Burst. Okay, well, that stinks. SD will be fine, though. So we're going to SD the next Whisper, and that should push enough damage. That'll be fine. I need Aerith to put down yellow, so we're going to have to Thundiga with her. It'll cost me a little bit of MP, but not so bad. So Hard Edge, Magic. We're going to take HP up, Skill Master, and swap Boost out for Assist. Okie dokie. So Thundiga. ATB boost, please. I was trying to switch to Tifa, but whatever. Okay, so we're at base damage here, which means Thunder can be applied to break his back. Good fight overall. Lots and lots of cutscenes, so that's kind of why this can be so narrow. Blue going down in one shot was pretty nice. I should have Blade Bursted sooner, though. It was a little bit too conservative. Into Thunder. And there you go. Menu for Smephiroth. I'm going to put Hard Edge on. Nope. We're going to take this off for that and that. This for Assist. We're going to switch over into Disorder, Focus Thrust, Braver, and Blizzera. She's on level 2 limit. Let's go. 1, 2, and 3 into Disorder, into Blizzera. Now we're going to jump on top of him while we're waiting. Oh, shit. You want to give me Telic Fury, please? What the heck? That was ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. I'm very mad right now. I jumped on him too soon. Braver. Okay.
Get ready.
Oh, God. This is ridiculous.
No holding back.
Again!
I see. Let's do it.
This is ridiculous.
Get ready. Anytime now. Freeze. You're done.
Fucking shit-ass stance change. Great. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you for fucking me out of a minute at the end of my run. So there's a slight timing in between your stance change and guard change where you just can't counter, because that's good programming. You can't tell I'm absolutely livid right now because this is ridiculous that it's like that. I'm very mad.
You know it.
So we're going to take a swing here, Disorder, cancel out, hit him with Dolphin Flurry from behind. Go for Blizzera. Should hit.
Going in.
I'm going to send him into the air. It's a little bit obnoxious.
Let's do that.
Strike hard and fast.
We need to cure a Cloud in this position.
Get ready.
And completely waste the ATB because this game is ridiculous. I cannot believe that that was enough to push the phase. Great. I'm probably gonna die and lose this run, actually. That's pretty obnoxious, honestly. Cool. Well. I think I want to see fire in this instance, honestly.
Let's go.
Wind. So, Thundaga, I think.
No holding back.
You jittery?
Blizzara, Blizzara.
Bundle up.
All set.
Calling ice.
Get one
ready.
more shot.
You're mine.
Into, Infinity End.
Let's finish.
Aerith. Thundaga.
Steady.
Beg for forgiveness.
Okay. Awful fight. Awful fight. That's a bummer. I don't know how I punted Sephiroth so hard. This fight's not that bad, to be honest. There's really, like, very little excuse for this.
Let's dance, asshole.
It is a 436. I'm very frustrated that I pissed away a minute over Jenova, and I could have saved more time on Sephiroth.
We can. We can. Make it right.
Thank you, everybody, for the GGs. This is a good run. It is frustrating, though, because there's... obviously, my sum best is 430, right? I'd say, like, a 436 is good.
Quickly.
It can definitely go lower. Even if we take out the minute that I saved from the save loads over the course of the game, this is still a 437, 438. It's still pretty decent. I wish a marathon run would look like this. Even after choking away some of that end game, Jenova is getting rerouted tomorrow. I'm probably going to reroute the lab back to a Thundera Magnify so that shenanigans with the turret can't happen again. And I guess I need to practice the sledge worms. The end game of Chapter 17 and Jenova was very weak. Rufus wasn't that bad. It's just that I split faster there sometimes, so... I also took a bench before Rufus, so that's where a lot of that time loss came from.
Does not yet exist.
Arsenal was good. Whispers was good. Sephiroth. I don't know how I managed to not die, though, to be honest. That was pretty poor play. This can be better, and I'll probably keep grinding PC a little bit more. But 4 minutes off, this is nice. I wish it had been 5 or 6, like it could have been. Genova's just a weakness of mine, so that's how it is sometimes. For marathon submission, I'm pretty happy with this. I wouldn't say marathon runs usually look like this. It depends on how hard I grind. Going into marathons, I usually grind really hard and don't mess with my routing. Yeah, I'll upload this to YouTube, definitely.
Never.
I think your sum of best and your PB are usually only similar, like you said, in the first run. The more you get used to it, unless you're like literally only accepting golds for whatever reason, which is I would not suggest at all. Like, the only time you should be taking, like, gold-only runs is, like, when you're at world record level, right? When you are the world record and you have to lower it. Maybe. But for anybody, picking up a couple of golds is nice. But, like, getting a 3650 and having my sum of best be 6 minutes faster, that's fine. I can go lower. I'll be able to shave 3 minutes off of this easy. Well, not easy, but I can shave the 3 minutes off of it. In any game, I don't know. I'm not talking about this game specifically. I mean just like as any speedrunner in general. Your goals should be to improve, not to be your best. Doing your absolute best is something that happens every once in a while. And even then, you almost never play perfectly, right? But for a marathon run, I'd say this is probably about what you would normally see. My PC PB was pretty weak, so there is improvement, but this is roughly what you would see in a marathon run. Very strong run overall, pretty decent explanation. I do get a little bit wrapped up in the run when I notice that like I'm shaving 3 minutes off.
Mr. President.
Yeah, if I don't have a PB... Well, that's the one thing, right, is you need to finish a run. But obviously, this is PC, so the actual length of the video is 4:55 right now, but it says my time's 4:36 because we're moving loads. So this would be like a 4:44, 4:45, something on console. 4:46, actually, probably on console. So I can save about 10 minutes by running on PS5. This saves time because of the load removes, but it doesn't actually save time in real life, so I would be playing on the PS5. Unless for some reason you want a PC so you could get the controller cam. The controller cam's just there because I'm trying to do a lot of tutorial videos. So this is a nice way to have PBs that have both controller cam, and it shows all the inputs and stuff. And I kind of go over the route a little bit. It's not as good as a tutorial itself, but hopefully you guys think that this is a good enough run for your marathon. I do like doing this for marathons, and I love grinding the hell out of it when I get into a marathon. Wish I had more to say, but that's about it. This is a solid run, and probably about what you could expect. Around a 450 would be a bad run, 450 plus. And even then, that's still a very good run. 450 plus is probably the worst I've gone. I don't think I've gone above 450 with any run that I've finished. Obviously, though, I do reset runs. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you consider this for the marathon, for your marathon. Obviously, this isn't for a specific marathon, but I love doing marathons in general, so having a video sitting on the back burner with a really good run, really good commentary, really good time is exactly what I'm looking for. I hope I'll fit your marathon well. See you guys later, and have a good day. Thanks for watching. Peace.